Well, I hope somebody's out there. It's good morning out there. Hope you're here. I see Lucinda greeted me this morning. Uh, I don't know how many are waiting. I don't have that part of this up. Maybe I can figure it out this way. I'm doing pretty good, Lucinda. Uh, Yesterday was kind of a busy day. Uh, I get this off the screen here. Okay. All right. Good morning, Lucinda, Noreen, Wanda, Tony. It looks like a few people got my notice out there this morning. Yes, I've got my coffee right here, by the way. Yeah, I had a lot of things going yesterday. About the time you think you can take a deep breath, you get hit. Hi, Tori. Good morning. Glad to see you. Uh, One of the things I received yesterday, uh, the, my wife was in 3 different hospitals, and I got the insurance version of all 3 of them. The What was paid or what wasn't paid or what was refused, things like that. And it's pretty thick because my wife was in the hospital a length of time. And in each hospital she was in, um, ICU, they call it, I guess. Yeah, and then she'd be out in regular patients and then back in ICU within a day or two. She was in ICU most of the time. And you go through the list of things that are billable and non-billable. I'd got a notice about a little over a month ago about items that the insurance company wouldn't pay, which they call extras. And right away, right behind that, I got this huge bill from one of the hospitals, and I called them up and I asked them for a detailed of what I was getting billed for. And they said, "Oh, we made a mistake." Well, it was a $28,000 mistake for a 3-week period. And I wasn't real happy with them. And I told him, I said, you put a date on there when I have to pay you. And I said, the insurance company, I haven't got a notice from the insurance company on this particular bill. So they rescinded it. And I didn't hear from them again. And then I got this thing from the insurance company itself. One of the hospitals had double billed on some items. And they had tried to collect from Medicare as well as my insurance. And Medicare contacted me. And I've had that happen before. It's not unusual. But anyway, they contacted me and they had rejected the bill in its entirety, which is understandable because the Advantage plan takes the place of Medicare when you're on it. So that's why I was busy. I was trying to keep from being reported to the bill collectors. We're, with everything there so far. I mean, I'm up, I think around $700,000. So it's not cheap. Just the helicopter loan was 89,000, which is, and I found out that's kind of a standard, I guess. In $80,000 range. But if it wasn't for that hospital, my wife wouldn't have lived as long as she did. They actually saved her life, and I'm thankful for it. It gave her more time to get things straightened away before she passed. But it was a reminder, and it was hard. All right, let's get back on here. King Paco, glad to see you're here this morning. Yeah, they always find a mistake when you ask for an itemized statement. Yeah, I'm surprised how many statements I get that aren't itemized. I was fighting them. They wanted to put my wife in physical therapy, and she was in bad shape when they were trying to do that. And they hadn't fully found out what all was wrong. And I was able to get her out long enough to take her to a specialist that did find out that she actually did have a break on the opposite side of where the crack was. They had never found the break. And by that time, it was kind of late because the nerves were in bad shape, and she lost all use of her right leg and her foot on that leg. It just compounded. It was one thing after another. It was a round the clock type fight. And now, of course, the bills chase you to your grave. Believe me, they do. Now it's a matter of about the time I think things have cooled down, then something comes out of the closet from one of these places and lands in my lap, and I'm looking at it and having to go over it. And the documentation is thick. I mean, I've got insurance papers and right there, and I've got portfolio I've started that's above my kitchen, and now I just got one started yesterday that's on my dining room table. So I got to put it all together yet, and then sift through it and make sure what's real and what's not and what to expect. Not a big deal. I think most people end up in that phase. It's one of the last things you settled in anybody's estate is bill collecting. And there's people out there that try to collect more. I get a lot of stuff that comes to my wife, and a lot of stuff that says her estate. So you have to go through it and see what's real. And it's like somebody reminded me again. Anyway, we'll get back to things that aren't so sad to talk about. Maybe not so sad. First of all, I want to make sure we pray for John and Michelle today. I think they have their court system today. Today is Friday. The Ohio, I don't know what time it starts. And I don't know when we'll find out anything about it. And I don't know if we'll find out the real stuff today or not, or whether it's going to extend out. Obviously, it could be put off until later. None of us really know at this point. And I can't see it finished in one day, but miracles happen. We never know. But in any way, I do hope for John and Michelle that things go well for them in court today. There's been a lot of rhetoric about, all the way around it, a lot of threats out there. I can't believe the number of threats that have been issued that against anybody that doesn't seem to agree with Mr. Hales. It's unfortunate when people stoop to that low where they threaten witnesses and opinions. I didn't believe anybody in this country was that foolish to do that kind of stuff with those type of threats. We're pretty much a free society. And sometimes because we're a free society, opportunists come along and they take advantage of those that are not willing to step up and fight for themselves, and they leave it to others. It just happens. Some people are more than willing to do what's necessary to keep our Constitution intact. Others are much more willing to sit back and let you do that. All right, Bobby says, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, too. Since I throw him in jail just for being an asshole. But I'd like to remind a lot of people out there's a lot of threats about jail time and all kinds of stuff and how they're going to take whatever's being said in court and use it later in a trial where they can use it against you. A civil court, because it's not criminal, you're not guaranteed legal assistance in any way. So, along with that, even though you may say something that could incriminate you, they would be hard-pressed to take that and take it back into a court and use it against you in that sense. And sometimes it can be coerced. In other words, you're going to do it this way or else. And that causes more problems than anything else. Some people are afraid to step up to the plate when they hear that anything there could be used against them. And they're afraid that maybe they're going to ask a question that could incriminate them. Because in a civil court, using the Fifth Amendment is not a viable thing. And you can be found in contempt if you don't answer. Therefore, if it's said in there, it can't be used against you. I want you to understand that. And if you're worried about that, you can also say, look, will this be used against me in a criminal court? And if it could be, then you say, no, I'm going to stand on my Fifth Amendment. But you have to know what to say. There are grants to help with hospital bills. Ask the hospital. I had to do this before, and they paid it all. Yeah, Jamie, my wife and I enjoyed a fairly decent income, and because of that, we're that smidgen over the top where we don't, we're not eligible for grants. Most of the time, to get on those grants, you have to be worth almost zero. Just a month away from being on the street. The process that is involved in putting you in the poorhouse takes a little over 2 years normally. Let's say I'm the last one here now. My wife is gone, and the state's all nicely packed into a little package here, and I fall down, I break my hip, and I go in the hospital. Well, then they know I can't go home by myself because I am by myself. And we don't necessarily have insurance where somebody can come in and spend 24 hours a day helping you. That's very expensive to do that. So they'll send you to a nursing home that does therapy. And you're in there for about 90 days or 6 months, maybe at the most. And all of a sudden, you're into the nursing home by then. That starts the clock. And within a 2-year period, they can swallow your entire estate. You'll have somebody that'll be appointed your executor for you while you're in there. It's a hard one to chase down. And if you happen to be by yourself, luckily, I have children out there, and I've filled out the legal forms I needed to try to ensure it doesn't happen. But it almost happened with myself and my wife because they contacted my insurance without my permission to try to put her in the nursing home from the hospital. Now, they had talked to me and said, would you look at these places? And I said, I'll look at them, but I'm not putting my wife in there. I said, I've already made arrangements. I've got people coming. I have a firm hired. They're going to come in and take care of my wife. And my daughter and I are going to take care of her during the off hours, the nighttime and things like that. But I have a nurse coming in to check on her, and I also have therapy that will take care of her. All covered. All the equipment was bought and put in the house. The insurance company had turned them down. Now, the money that was spent getting to that point was spent by myself. I wasn't going to let an outsider take my wife away from the house. Money doesn't mean anything without that person to share it with. It absolutely is worthless. Money is. And so whatever the cost was going to be, I would have spent it till I didn't have a nickel. Because in the end, they take every penny away from you anyway. So you might as well put it to use, good use, in keeping your spouse or whoever it is that you're trying to take care of as happy as long as you can. The end result is, one way or the other, the money's going to go. And in this country, you get to live until you run out of money. When you run out of money, you get to die. It's that simple. And anybody that wants to disagree with that can go out there and see. I got somebody on here who wants to talk to me. So I don't know if it's an emergency or what. Listen, I'm going to let you guys talk for a few minutes, and I'm going to just beg off from here until I get done with this call. Okay? So talk in in here on the site. It'll only take me a minute. All right, I'm back. Can you hear me okay? Everybody still there? Okay, here. My neighbor, I've got neighbors with security systems on both sides, and a pickup that has been, they figure is stalking my property just pulled up, and they couldn't get the license plate off from it. It pulled up at, this morning. I think it was about an hour ago. So, and they've been trying to get a hold of me ever since, and I had my phone turned off till I come in here. Anyway, they weren't able to pick up the license plate, but I've got a neighbor on the other side that has, I guess this guy pulled in my driveway and was there for a while, whoever it was. It'd be the driveway where my RV is sitting, or my travel trailer. So anyway, it's been here before. It's not anybody that I know of. So what I'll do is I'll gather the evidence today and take it to the chief this morning. I'm not sure who it is, and we'll find out. Bab says, prayers for everyone involved in the court case today. Yes. Yep. Okay, let's go back. I've missed a lot of people coming in here. Bearded got in here while I was on the phone. Paulette, Joshua, Aussie. Looks like we're starting to fill up a few people in here. Lisa or Leslie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Lisa, Leslie. I've been following the things you posted. I didn't miss it. As soon as it popped up on my notices here, I went over and looked. So glad you're here, and I'm glad you're in the fight. Babs. Oh, yeah, she said hi, Babs. My pup is crying now. I don't know why. Edie wanted to know what happened. I've had people come here that don't normally come down this driveway, and a pickup was out in my driveway this morning, and my neighbor seen it. They weren't able to pick it up on their system, but they think the neighbor across over here probably did. Unfortunately, he's not there, so I got to call him up. He'll be able to tell me if he can pick anything up on it. So it pulled into my drive when I was sitting there, and it's not the first time, and it's not somebody that I recognize. So, well, hopefully we'll find out who it is. Leslie says, thanks, Ray. I'm not going to let those people hurt you and others anymore. I'm going to fight for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, a lot of this stuff that goes on this scenario we've got there, I haven't really understood it that much. I haven't found people that were quite that bad. Never in my life. I've run across in business with people with cold hearts. You do, because successful people a lot of times do have a cold heart. They have to make a decision that's not necessarily a moral decision. But for people to do everything you look at looks like it's immoral in one way or another. And everything they accuse everybody else at seems to be what they're doing. But they call you out first, thinking that everybody will believe them and not you. But the proof's in the pudding. You know, we've got different videos of people. The threats that are happening in this past week have picked up. Normally, that's people that have that affliction. Okay, when it gets tight, when they get into a corner, they get braver because they're fighting for their very existence, and they come out of that corner viciously. And that's what's happened in this past week or two. And they say things that aren't normal, and we're seeing that. We're seeing the way that they're reacting. And they go after on a personal basis, and they lose all sense of reality. All right, let's go through some of what's going on here. Tank Girl says, hey, Leslie. Ozzy says, good day, Lucinda and Leslie. She says, hi, Tank Girl and Aussie. Babs, you rock, Leslie. God is absolutely utilizing you and your husband. They sure used your husband's name a lot on one of their videos yesterday. It looks like they're going to attack you through your family and your husband. I dislike creeps, Edie says. I understand. You've been missed, Leslie. She certainly has. I've been doing videos you've been seeing them. They've been coming out really good. I made Ray. I made a whole bunch of people. Maybe I got to make you as a character. What do you think? Sure, Bearded. It's from Leslie. Anything to help those being attacked. Shell Bell, good morning. Good morning, Shell Bell. Hey, Ray, when am I going to start printing T-shirts for your brother? When am I going to start printing T-shirts for you there, Brother Ray? It's getting thick. Lucinda says, hi, Tank Girl. Noreen, buy a cap to go over your camper hitch so no one can take. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking I might even have one out there. I don't worry as much about the camper being taken as I do damage. And that pickup that was out there was parked out there long enough to do things to it. And it was early enough Now, my lights were on in the house, so they should have been able to see the lights in here. So if they had business they were trying to take care of, they know how to come up to my door and knock or call me, one of the two. So I suspect that they weren't up to no good when they were sitting there. I just didn't know they were there. What I'll probably do is I have a little thing I can stick in the window out here that can watch the trailer for me. And I'm going to, when I get done today with this, I'm going to put it up right away so I can watch that part of my property. And I'm going to go ahead and move forward with getting security. I've held off on it, but I think I better do it. I think things are getting to the point where security is going to be an important factor. Caddy says, good morning, Ray. Well, good morning to you too. Yeah, the lock, I think, from my hitch out there would be the quickest way to stop any problems from them trying to steal it. They're not as apt to steal it, though. I think more than likely what they would do is try to do some damage to it. And that's just a feeling. Yeah, before I take off, then in the spring, I'll be removing all the wheels, repacking the bearings, checking the brakes, all that stuff. I won't move it until I know for sure everything is okay and that all the wiring's in place and that everything works good. Smartass says they seem to be ramping up. Someone's going to end up hurt or worse if this isn't handled properly and fast. That was my worry about this pickup that's been coming to my house. It certainly can cause damage. The authorities here are aware of what could possibly happen, and they've stepped up, coming in here and watching. I'm going to have you hold off a second. My pup is whining. My pup is whining. I don't know what's wrong. He was out just a little bit ago, so if he keeps it up, I'll have to let him out. I don't want to let him out too much because it's so cold out there. Grown-ups should know this behavior is inappropriate. Very sad their lives are influenced by nobody want to be. Hal says, hi guys, morning everyone. Good morning to you too. I think it's going to be a busy day out there with that court system going. Everybody's going to be wondering what happened and look into what's happened, what's going on. Yeah, Leslie, when I went to the local authorities, they told me the best thing I could do is go to the Attorney General and ask if there's any investigations going on here on this particular guy. And I don't, the biggest problem is I don't have the kind of influence for them to actually see me in some way. It's a pretty small channel, and I don't mess with politics, and that everything on a level like that is politics. To get in the door of an attorney general is impossible, just about, for a common citizen. I've worked with different senators and Congress people over the years, but I don't have that latitude anymore. When I retired, I really retired. And once you're one generation away from, that you've retired, you've lost all the influence you might have thought you had at one time. Oh, let's see. I have turned records over to the local authorities. I have done that. And I've also given all the channels that are involved in this, what's going on right now. So they're well aware of it. It's not like they're going to go out there and watch everybody, but they just have the information in a report of some kind. Yes. Caddy says, I hope that someone is secretly investigating him. I think a lot of people are looking at these people, all of them. The things that they do on there, they're getting braver and braver about it. And I think they're right on the edge of law most of the time. And they've stepped over at different times, especially in the harassment end of it. But they're brave because so far, Hales has been able to do some things that are absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, against the laws. And he's got away with it. And so all these people are following suit. And if you remember a couple months ago, he said he would back those people that are following him. If a lawsuit, this is when people were starting to get upset and threatening lawsuits back. And he said he would protect these people. So that being said, they're going to do more and more, I think, because they're under the understanding that they may have help financially from Hales, as far as I'm concerned. And that was on his channel. That was on a video. And that has been recorded. Okay. So I'm not talking out of my head or anything. It's a real deal. It makes people brave when they're using somebody else's money. Yeah, Megan Fox, she's a piece of work. Yeah, I seen when he had said something about only me. I honestly don't feel too bad about only me taking a little bit of heat. He started a lot of problems in our channels out there, not mine, but the channels that were monetized, he used that against him. I don't know what kind of a game he's playing. Only me has an agenda that I don't know what it is. I have no idea. Tisa, how you doing? Yolanda, how are you doing this morning? I never really figured him out. The only thing I figured out is that, he's a retired older fellow, and he knows that he can control just about anything and everybody with finances. And that's what he was doing in the channels. You look at him, he was getting people to bend to everything that he wanted, and he could talk nasty about people in there and get away with it, because nobody wanted to shut him down. He did everything that he could get away with. He knew about how far to push it, and he's doing it. That's all there is. He knew that most people have a price. And he starts out pretty cheap. And the way he started out in the channels, the cheapest way to gain friends was to pay for their the little part of money you charge to be a member of a channel. And then he upped it. He was actually out there where he paid for everybody's in any one night, and he did that a couple of times. And so people bend to his way. He was able to gain influence with money. And I went on there and explained it. And, I drew a little heat over it. Nothing I couldn't withstand. Because one thing it was at that time I wasn't monetized. Now the day comes where I may have to, but at that time I wasn't. Money wasn't driving me. And I'm retired. And I didn't need, I don't need millions of dollars to be happy. And as it turns out, the only thing I really needed was my wife, and she's gone right now. There's nothing I can do about it. I was helpless in that. The one thing that I needed more than anything in the world was her. Money has never been an important quote. You have your base in what you are, and that's worth more than money. And it's hard to get people to understand and not sell themselves out cheap. Don't do it. I think my puppy's got to go potty. I'll be back in a minute. Just bear with me. Sorry about that. He had to go pretty bad. It's so cold out there. I can't leave him out there. So just bear with me a little bit. He means an awful lot. So he's got me trained. There was some mods in here before. Tammy, can you help me out? I hope, Tammy, I went ahead and made you a mod. I hope you don't mind. Thank you, Tori. Yeah, Tammy. Oh, good. Tammy, you are a mod, so you and Tori. All right. I think I got them on there, Tisa. They'll clean up out there for sure. Thank you, Tammy. I should have put you as a mod a long time ago. I know that you can more than handle it. I wasn't too sure if you wanted to try or not. I know you're mod in other places, so. All right. Okay. Oh, Bab says we have such an awesome community. We really do. You know, when you look out at everybody out there, they try to take care of each other, and they try to do it in a clean way without having to go overboard. I don't know what county that court was in today. Maybe Tammy might know. She might know from when she was on Lisa's. Thank you, Bearded. DRD, I see you're on there. Going back in my safe corner. Okay. Now you can get out there and speak your piece anytime you want, DRD. Speedy, good morning. Good morning to you. Scampy, I see you on there. We don't have anything real to talk about other than the things have ramped up, and I don't know how things are going to come out. Hopefully, I think Sunday is going to be one of them days where there's going to be a lot of heat going. I've just got that idea. And I think it's going to be coming from a lot of different places. Yeah, Jesus says, smash that like button, everybody. I've got the subscribers on already, Stacy. They have to be on there for an hour at least before they'll take it. Okay, that sounds okay. All right. Yeah, that'll work. Thank you. Oh, I thought it was. Okay. I probably did something wrong in there, but thank you. Thank you so much, Stacy. Yeah, there's some mods on there now. So hopefully we can keep some of the bad elements out. That doesn't keep them from coming on their own channels, and they can go back and spread the cheer that they've been spreading for the whole year. I had kind of hoped things would cool off for the holidays and that people could be a little friendlier. But I think the people on the other side, they just take advantage. Anytime that somebody slows down, on my channel, I didn't do much for a few months there because I was pretty wrapped up with my wife. And it's been a little hard here lately because I've had so much paperwork going on. The last 3 months, the first month was just being in a fog. And then the next couple of months was so many bills that start rattling your cage for you, and trying to keep up with the legitimate ones from the ones that are not legitimate. A lot of people out there, they're taking advantage of the situations. My wife never got so much mail as she did when she wasn't here anymore. Bonnie, I see you're here. It says I can't stay long. Home business to take care of. I hit the thumbs up. Thanks, Bonnie. I bought a car. One thing, Beard, going into business, you may be able to put enough money away. That time that Only Me was talking about giving you a car, the minute he said that, and then he had said you had to go to somebody else, that he was going to send the money to, I think it was Super Dave, and you'd have to talk to him. And I thought, he's going to control a couple of people, and none of them will see results. And I was right. The money never did transfer to Super Dave, and all you got was a lot of rhetoric with no answers. I don't know if he meant to hurt you or if he was just causing dissent within the ranks. It didn't make sense at the time, and it still don't. Like I say, I don't understand him. I don't know why he does the things he does. The only thing I could figure out is when he retired, he still wanted to be able to have control over people, and he was doing it with money and having fun. He stirs the pot. Yeah, money controls a lot of things. It's a fact of life, and that doesn't mean you have to react the same way these other people did. A lot of people here depend on finances for their livelihood. This is their livelihood, the YouTube. And they do what they have to get the money in. And sometimes you turn your back on people that it happens. That's all I can say. I don't know what's in the heart of those, and it's hard to turn down cash. You remember one day I told the story. I said somebody comes into your block, and they go up to a door and they hand them $25 worth of flowers, and everybody said, "Wow, that's a wonderful thing. Somebody got flowers," and they're all happy and overjoyed, But then somebody comes in the midst and hands somebody a $25 cash. Well, right away, everybody's wondering, why did they get cash and I didn't? What did they do that I didn't? What's so special? A stranger came in and gave him $25. The flowers were okay. They were clearly a gift, but what was the $25 for? You see the start of a fight within a block, and the whole block starts getting tumbling around. And that's what you've seen in our station, in our channels out here. And some of them were infected to the point they said, well, as long as you behave yourself, no big deal. But as soon as you do something, then they get a little agitated. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying it happens. And we're not talking, in some channels, it's not a few bucks. The other thing is, for you guys that got a gift that's worth anywhere from $2 to $5, that was a membership, right? And so everybody in the channel is a friend of this guy. But the guy that created the channel got the benefit of the money. The money went to the creator of the channel. he has a bigger stake in it then, and his livelihood, the things he can get with that money that came in all of a sudden, except for what YouTube itself is going to take out of there. They're going to take their bite out of there. So then you're seeing, okay, this guy, he wants that guy in there because he might pick up $500 in 2 minutes. Whew. You don't believe me? Well, how many times do you see him give over 100 memberships? Quite a few, didn't you? Especially early on. Or if he says, I'm going to buy everything you've got up there, and I want you to give it away. And so, man, the guy's busy giving the stuff away, but he gets these big bucks without having to do a whole lot other than just give it away. It's a good scam. Not a scam, but it's a good game. It's not any different than any other game that's out there, video game. A different scale, that's all. It's money instead of the points. That's what it is. And if you can hold up to it, fine. If you can't, well, that's fine too. Like I say, everybody has, I say that, I don't know that for a fact, but everybody has a point where they can be bought. Maybe it's millions that it takes. You know, when you deal in a corporate or corporation, and you sit in a board meeting and you see millions of dollars transferring back and forth, and pretty soon you see the gleam in the eyes of the people that are going to get bonuses off those millions. It gets to the point where you see that money is the game. It just is. I've sat on different boards, for different companies at the same time, and money is it. Money drives it, period. And when I look out there on here, I can see it on a different scale, much smaller scale, but it's there. Bonita, I see you're in here. Money and channels. I will tell you one thing. If Lisa was money hungry, don't you think she would have kissed only me behind? Yes, she would have. But she didn't. And she never took anything from day one for bullshit. She has a standard, a moral standard that she works by. And I guess the best thing to do is look at that. And if you noticed, she didn't go after that guy because she didn't want to ruin somebody else's chance. And the guy made it look like he was pissed off at her. But he was pissed off because she wouldn't play the game, his game of control. That's what happened. And, it was he tested her and she passed the test. She's probably one person out there that I don't think you're going to bend her to your will. If you don't like the way she is, well, then that's just the way it is. She'll help you out any way she can. She'll give you every chance in the book. She has a big heart. I don't know how much more you could ask of a person, but I thought in my mind, she taught a lot of people how to react in a situation like that. What hurts is that it wasn't necessarily reciprocal for her. And, she's a forgiving person. A lot of people aren't so much, but that it happens. When you get down to the hard facts and you look at it, you can measure your friends. And how long will they be your friends? Is it as thick as what blood can be, or is it only the circumstance you're in? So knowing your friends around you is a good thing. And the way I look at it, just don't push it. If you want somebody as a friend, you have to accept some things that you wouldn't normally accept, and see what it is, the friend you've gotten, is it worth it? And you know how far you can trust that person. You can still be friends and know where the trust could be broken. You can do that. Nobody's perfect, and they're not going to be. And money is one of the biggest things that will tear people apart. It's hard on marriages. It's hard on relationships, whether it's a brother, sister, parents. It will tear you apart if you let it, if it means that much to you. If you can look the other way and say, hey, if you don't let it be the factor, the only factor, you can find a way to take those differences and work them out between you and work them in both favors. And that's my advice. If you can do it, it's hard to do it. Oh, Tisa, I pray that you recover quickly and the pain goes away fast. I wish I lived close so I could visit you. Scampy said that to Tisa. Sometimes prayers help, so if you can throw some prayers up for Tisa, it would be greatly appreciated. Sometimes, and I know we have a lot of people out there that are hurting in different ways, but we can pray for everybody out there and try to get the Lord to intervene in some of it so that they can tolerate those things that come their way. Oh, let's see. Richard, I see you're on there. Money's not worth anything when used for all the wrong reasons. That's correct. I want to just think about it this way. As much as I've preached, against accepting all that money, I didn't preach against accepting. Just the things you have to do for it. What are you willing to give up for it? If I could have my wife back for a day, the Lord or anybody that made it possible could have everything I've got. I'd be more than willing to start all over. My wife means more for a day than everything I can put together. Simple fact. But I don't know how much it means to everybody else out there. In other words, the money is nothing without that person you love, that partner, the one you can rely on. So, and you can't take it with you. What you have here on earth, you're going to leave here. You're going to leave here with nothing. And the Lord owns everything else. He owns your soul, the breath of air that you took, that he gave you. Loyalty is the only currency that matters. That's correct. But like I say, there's different grades of that. And if everybody has to be perfect, you're never going to have that person you can be close to. My wife and I accepted each other's shortcomings, and because of that, we were able to become more of a one person. That's what happened, and life is that way. And neither one of us would give the other up for money. Absolutely, I have 100% believed that in my wife, and she knew that it was that way with me. Is Ray reading this page or somewhere else? How you doing, Carol? I've been reading it. I've been trying to. I've been talking a little bit too, going off my own script that's up here. I'm trying to get on here and it says kindness and love wins. That's right, Tisa. Absolutely right. Tree of Life says, good morning, everyone. Hi, Richard. Veteran was saying that you would be a much better lawyer than John Cook's and Michelle Preston's lawyer. I don't know why veterans trying to be so nice all of a sudden. I feel the exact same way. My husband has been gone 5 years. I just want one more day. Yeah, I do too. Bearded, please stop spamming with the same question. Maybe email Robbie and ask him. Hey, you, or feel you, Paul, that mine woke me up making a tramadol and going back to bed soon. It's Aussie. Oh, Tammy's a good morning to Tree of Life. Bonita says unconditional love. When two people love each other enough and it's unconditional, there's nothing better. When a family learns that, each family, everybody in the family, it's a tight family. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Doreen, how you doing, Doreen? Carol, I had to take a break from the BS. Okay. Tisa says I have a couple appointments to get to. I hope that they're good or okay, Tisa. I hope you get to feeling a lot better. Stacy, Carol, that's understandable. Babs, Tisa, take some extra time this afternoon with your appointments. Lutheran, I tell everyone, don't defame me by calling me a lawyer. Actually, what they were saying is that you would be better at it than some of those other people. You have the tenacity of a bulldog, so you don't give up as easily as a lot of other people. It's a big thing. But I think you probably have more personal power now as a reporter than you would have as a lawyer. Having the knowledge of the legal system is a wonderful tool that you can use without reservation if you don't have to wear the Esquire at the end of your name. So I'm on your side, Rich. Paul says, obviously, I don't take pain meds for mine. I use medical cannabis. There's different forms of the cannabis you can use too. Those gummies or candy or the brownies, all those different things. You have the pure stuff and you don't have to inhale it. I think inhaling anything is hard on your lungs, even if it's medication. Especially if you can get it into if you can get it another way, where you can ingest it and let your body absorb it without having to go through and destroying some of your lung structure. Tisa, thanks, Ray. I really mean it. I am praying for you, Tisa. I hope you feel a lot better. Carol, I so enjoyed the story many times, like listening to Paul Harvey. Paulette, I take both when my muscles trip up. There's a lot of times where if it was legal here, and I'm not sure how they go about it, there's certain aspects you can use medical marijuana, but I would certainly, there's a lot of mornings where I would have taken the gummies and had a couple of chew on. When I get up in the morning, it hurts. And it takes me a while before I can actually walk across the floor because I'm so stoved up. I'm comfortable when I'm in bed. It's no big problem. But when I get up, then my balance isn't quite there and things hurt. And that's just part of getting old. Barry says, medical cannabis as well as the more cannabis I smoke, the better. I feel the more higher, the better I feel. And I started laughing. I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, most of the time, now, like, there's a lot of different painkillers out there that I'm somewhat allergic to, and it causes muscle cramps. And so, like when I was prepping for my back operations, twice it's happened to me where my back was so bad that the pain was like lightning going off, and any movement was a fresh bolt through my whole body. And they tried different painkillers on me. Some of them made me sick, and some of them just made me cramp up. And what I found out, probably one of the best ones that I took was Tylenol. It seems to work. And I haven't tried marijuana. I don't know if it's legal here in Iowa or not. I just haven't done it. I don't want to get pulled over and accidentally be in my system, because even though it's medically approved, there's no way I could do the physical tests. My knees are so bad and my equilibrium is way off that I wouldn't be able to pass those tests. And if they took a blood test and I was using the legal amounts of marijuana, they probably would get me for driving under the influence, of drugs. So for me, and especially now, because I'm the only driver in the household, I can't take a chance on something like that. And I live far enough away from other towns that I have to have my driver's license at this point. So. Lauren says, hello, Ray. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, I see you on there. Bab says, Bearded, those are the good times. My favorite drink at one time, I used to like tequila, and I guess I still would to a certain extent. I think I like that jolt that it gives you. Those shooters we used to do in Texas, I could take quite a few of them and still walk, but it might have been I built up a tolerance because it was kind of a regular for our office parties was take shooters. And it gets to be a habit like everything else, I guess. Ruth, I see you in there. Hi to you. I used to drink. I used to be a big drinker. I've been on pain management for 10 years now, and I've been on medical marijuana and got it saved lives. Yeah, marijuana works where other things don't. Like I say, I don't know how legal it is here, and I can't take a chance on driving. But there are days where I would have taken it, though, in the morning, because I'm stoved up pretty bad in the morning with arthritis. Did you ever eat the worm? I've never heard of that. Oh. Paulette, yes, Bearded, most times I don't get stoned due to my pain levels. It helps more with the pain. Oh. When the first time that I went into the hospital with my back, it was so bad they give me all the morphine I wanted, and I couldn't get it to stop. And the doctor had asked me, she said, would you, are you at the point where the pain is so bad that you wish you were dead? And I said, yes. From that time on, I didn't have to ask for pain management. They put the pump in my hand, and when that thing was done, they put a fresh one in there. So I managed it completely. And sometime in the evening, the pain went away. And the next thing was I was hungry. Don't know why, but they fixed me a meal and gave it to me. And directly I threw up all over the nurse and all over the floor. And they said, a lot of times people that use those drugs like that, to the point it's not unusual for them to throw up. But it had been the first time in over 12 hours where I didn't have pain at that point with the drugs they put into me. And honestly, I'd have rather died than go through more pain like that. It scared the heck out of me. And the second time my back went out, which was a little over a year later from that time, I thought for sure the same thing might happen to me. And when it went out the second time, the only way I could go from my chair into the bathroom was I had to take a oxycodone about 10 minutes before I got up to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, I couldn't make it there. It hurt so bad it would stop me before I could even get through the doorway. And I was only a half a dozen steps away from the door. So, and then once I sat down, knowing I had to get back up was pure torture. And even sitting down hurt, just that thump on there. My back just felt like it was glass coming apart. Oh, Lord, yes, it don't bearded. Sometimes you have to take more just to get that feeling. Bab says Lisa Lee posted the truth. That's correct. Lucinda said the gene test the other day to find out, what's the best meds for my anxiety. There's a lot of different drugs out there for anxiety, and sometimes a combination with muscle relaxants, compounded medications. Terry, let's see, you're on here. Thank you for coming on. Prayers for you, Bearded. I always pray for you. I know that you're in a lot of pain. Tammy, sending prayers to you, Bearded. Paula says, I also have panic attacks and I don't do meds for that either. I use medical cannabis for that also. I was put on Xanax when it was new on the market in the mid 80s. My biggest thing that panics me, there are times where at bedtime, going from the living room to the bedroom, I run out of oxygen. And if I go into like a panic, then I end up with a asthma attack. So by the time I hit the bed, to sit down on it, I can't breathe very well. And I use a machine for sleep apnea. I put it on. And normally it'll help me. It stabilizes my breathing because it pushes it in on a regular basis like this. But not always. And when it doesn't, then I'm at the point where the mask goes against me, it feels like. And I have to pull it off. And I have to get back up until I stabilize. It takes about 20 minutes. That bothers me probably worse than anything that I've got right now is that's the only time I really get into a panic because it makes you suffer when you can't breathe. And when you get an asthma attack, it's like running into a brick wall and your lungs don't work at all. That's what happens. That's real panic at that point. Let's see. What else we got here? My panic, Lucinda says, her panic attacks happen at night. I'm scared to go to sleep when Angela is sleeping. So I sleep in the day when she's up. I can understand that. I'm not afraid of the process of dying, but the dying itself. It made my peace with the Lord. And now that my wife's on the other side, it probably would be more of a blessing than not. It's the torture going through the not being able to breathe that bothers me. I've had to go through that different times over the years. It just happens. Lauren says, yes, I black out during mine sometimes. Yeah. What do you think about today? Do you think John and Michelle are going to be able to present their side of their case today? And do you think that finally that judge might wake up to what's really happening out there? Anybody out there have an opinion? Bab says it's delayed. It is delayed. Did they already postpone it, or do you think it's going to be delayed, Babs? They got continued till January 23rd. Oh, no. Oh. Wow. It was delayed because Michelle and John were not served, I believe. Lisa stated it in the Post. Boy, that's more problem up. I don't understand that. They extended it without John and Michelle knowing anything about the PO itself. And I don't understand that because it definitely had an end date on it. And they weren't told anything different. I'm beginning to wonder, is there anybody in the hierarchy of our legal system that is doing their job like they expect us to do ours? If there's one thing I'm disappointed in, is the runaway trains that we have on there that are going to judge us. It's almost like do as I say, but not as I do. It's a disappointment. And the other thing is, every time they delay it like that, it's expensive. And I don't know if you guys remember back when D. Thomas was the judge in the case for the PO for Lynette out there. And he kept them coming back. I think it was at least 6 times. And he would lecture for over an hour up there in the pulpit. And I know everybody said, well, it actually worked out in Michelle's favor. But did it really? Because it was expensive, not just for the lawyer that's representing Jeremy, but it used up all the funding that was put forward for Michelle. And the end result was, when it came before the courts in another county, the lawyer asked her to rescind it, and she did. So whose favor did it come out in? I don't think Michelle wanted to rescind it, quite frankly. I think she was talked into it. For somebody to get up there, a judge or anybody, for him to circumvent it and sit there and lecture the people out there like a professor, and that's what he sounded like, and that's what he was before he was a judge, was a professor, is unconscionable. Because we're talking, while they're in court there, it's probably costing them anywhere from $400 to $600 an hour for that lawyer to sit there, and the time and travel back and forth, and the paperwork that was prepared for that day, and the paperwork that's going to be generated from that day. Now we're talking thousands of dollars every time you appear before that judge. And they keep extending it out. Nothing got settled. To me, that's not fair on either party. It just isn't. That's not the way our legal system was set up. If you think you're going to go in there and you're prepared, then you need to be able to go in there and present your case. If the other side isn't prepared, then so be it. And if you want to give them a chance to come back, that's fine. But they're going to pay for that, for not being prepared. They're going to pay for that. They're going to pay for the other legal part, for the other lawyer. I think it'll stop a lot of the BS, and we'll stop a lot of this paperwork that's so full of BS back and forth. This system is to the point where you and I, we can't defend ourselves. We can't do a lawsuit. We have to depend on too many other people. And it all depends on how much money you have in your pocket, and how much you want to spend, and how good an orator your lawyer is. There's too much dependency on somebody else, and not you yourself have the rights to defend yourself are almost non-existent. How many of you can even understand the written documentation that's sent in, whether it's a summons or whether it's answering a summons? Can you put it in plain words? I mean, you have to have it organized. It has to be a certain size. The spacing has to be correct. Come on. Where's the fairness in it? You have to hire somebody, but nobody can, in a civil court, you don't have to have legal representation. It's not guaranteed. Come on. What's fair about that? Oh. Helen said she made a comment on What the Hills this morning. She went back to see if there were comments, only to find hers was deleted. You're right. Imagine that. They should have done it if everybody was ready. It might have been as simple as because there was a new lawyer involved that he very well may have not been prepared. I don't know. It seemed to me that there was enough stuff that should have been presented from Michelle that they should have been able to prove how this was used as a weapon rather than appeal. Michelle kept telling Randall to let her forward it to him, but he kept telling her to just press send. Yeah, that was part of that where they got her to send something to Jeremy by accident, and he filed on her. Oh. A little bit. I see you're on there. Great. Good to see you there. Helen says, no, Randall did not serve them to extend the power mop, in my opinion. Okay. Tammy, good morning. To a little bit. Their lawyer should have demanded a gag order. It's not easy to get a gag order, by the way, but remember, seems like everything surrounding this case tiptoes around the First Amendment. John and Michelle were not served. JH lawyer said they were, and they weren't. That's why the postponement. Okay. What I'm saying is they probably weren't served so they could postpone it. Remember, the longer it takes, the more money they're going to make off from just that one court case. Why did they need to be served if they had a preset date? That whole thing up there, when they started it, it seemed like there was things going on that John and Michelle were not given privy to. So they couldn't prepare for what was coming next. And regardless if they knew what the date was, if they weren't served with official paperwork, then it's the same as not knowing about it. It doesn't matter if they knew about it or not. If they don't have the paperwork, wasn't served on them. Apparently, I don't know if it's being started over as a new case or what the deal is. I have no idea. I would imagine that, let's see. I would think maybe sometime tomorrow we'll know. The whole surrounding about it. We're certainly going to get a lot of BS, that's for sure. And Sunday will probably be lively, but now we're going to get all this innuendos and hate crap back and forth until next month. Until next month. Get them through the holidays. It's just more suffering that's going to be caused, and a lot more money exchanged out of their pockets, everybody's pockets. Having a preset date, if you don't have the paperwork in your hand, anybody can say there's a preset date, but if you don't have the proof, what good is that preset date? I'm looking at it from the standpoint how the law looks at something. You've either gotten the notice or the summons or you didn't. And since it's the duty of Shockett to make sure that John and Michelle have been served with the summons to appear, it doesn't matter whatever else they use. If they don't have that summons in their hands, hand it to them. It's as good as not existing at all, supposedly. I don't know about, Nicholas asked, will they have to be served for the next date, which they already know? I don't know. I'm assuming that the court will send out documents to both parties for that date. I'm thinking part of it is so that the lawyers can assure them back that the dates are open for them to attend. And that's only an assumption. I don't know that for a fact. Or else both parties agreed to it today, one of the two. Maybe Lisa knows what the answer is to that if both parties agree to that next date. And if that's true, I would think they still have to have paperwork sent from the courts to both parties. Let's see. Just another way to extend the drama. The drama gets more views than his storage units. Well, those storage units at one time were getting over 100,000 views. And they slowly started dissipating as he switched over to this other venue of hate. Hate has a limitation because there's only so many people that hate on that level. And if your base wasn't based on that, well, the base gets where they don't comment as much. For one thing, they don't want to be scrutinized or being a part of this other part. They're there because they're a fan, but they're more or less setting back because they don't necessarily agree with the hate that's going on. And at this point, the hate part is more vocal, and it always has been in any venue, no matter where you're at out there. Hate is out there yelling and screaming and doing all those things that are nasty and things that you were taught not to do. That group always does that. So they get attention, squeaky wheel. But the other part of it is when you're in a venue like this, it takes a lot more people in there to get the same amount of monetary returns. Oh. Yeah. Bonita said that it would be careful, Michelle and John, who knows what setup he will try to pull next to get you with not following appeal, just saying. Yeah, about every trap that can be set, they've had to do the best not to step into it. A little bit said, just for Paulette, I hate no one. I was raised with love, everyone, but some you don't have to like. Hate is a very strong word. It is a strong word, and it'll tear you up more than it tears them up. You can hate somebody, and it won't bother them. It's water off their back. The one that affects the most is the person that's doing the hating. So remember that when they're after you, they're the ones that are paying the price for it. If you can just let it go off your back, water off your back. I wonder if Jage is losing his spot in the algorithm by deleting all those comments. I don't know how that algorithm works when you're deleting comments like that. The don't likes still show up regardless on the, down here and I don't know how that affects. What does affect you more than anything is the words that you use in your comments when you're on a live or what you're saying in your comments over here. Jenny says, husband Lynn is talking to my caregiver and sends his hellos to you, Ray. Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. And your husband. Yeah, my grandmother didn't like the word hate either. Most of the time, she just said it'll tear you up more than it will the people that you're showing the hate towards. Hate has different stages, but once you commit to it, it's still hate, no matter how you describe it. I don't hate anyone. I just hate what they do. Yeah, hate is bad for the soul. I have to agree with that. And the Lord, when He judges us, it's the soul He's going to look at. The soul is something He gave you to nature. Your soul will be judged on Judgment Day. It's something you were given on birth, and it's you. It's for your care until that day you're called back. A little bit says after all this, he'll find someone else to harass. In my opinion, just my opinion, okay? Unless the courts stop him from moving forward, the people that are being sued at this point will be pursued until he's stopped by the courts. The one example I can give you that for backing that up is back in 2014. His divorce was not over till 2024, at least to this point. And there's still a child that's under a protection order in that family. Everybody else is an adult. I don't know what exists at this point about contact with his wife. I'm assuming there's something going on there too. I don't know if we can even do that. When I first looked at that, it really bothered me because I had not seen anything like that before. The paperwork that's there, and I've got it on this computer, the paperwork, and also the counselors that were working with these children. To look at it is a disaster in itself. And when I look at the stuff that's spewed out here, this spewed as truth, and I look back at the court documents, they don't match. The court documents took 10 years to get to that point in 24. I would think that most people would look at it and say, okay, I see this progression. And I see the footprint. And I see what's going on now. And would be able to make a logical decision. When I had told everybody out there what I'd looked at before, and that I wasn't going to repeat it, I really meant that. I wasn't going to. Because it's too hateful. What I've seen is not normal. I have never known a parent that was so bad of how they mistreated others like that, their blood relatives. But it's only been a few months ago that he said blood doesn't matter. He said that on his screen, and he attacked George's family at the same time. And that's when she got up out of her chair and said, if you're going to attack my family, I'm not going to help you out in your lawsuits. She got up and walked away. Since then, she's doubled down and come back full blast. I'm just telling you what I've seen on there. That's all on his channel, not mine. But when you take everything in consideration, when you're looking back and you're listening to somebody mouth words out there, you have to take it as fact when they say it over and over and over, and you look at it and you see it in the court papers. It was at that time I felt it was too bad to even repeat. It was hard to believe the things that apparently happened. It makes me believe that maybe there were some things medical intervention should have taken part a long time ago, and that everybody should have been looked at from the day of the start of the divorce, not 10 years later. It's distasteful at the very best. And for you guys that want to go back and look at it, you're free to do it. I'm not going to post it on here. I'm just telling you there were snippets in there I didn't like. And when you marry them up to what's going on today, You can tell where the facts are, if you have anything at all up here. I'm not doing a rant and raving. I'm just telling you can make your decisions similar to what I did. It makes you sick to your stomach. When I seen Jason on there on his own, not called, nobody called and asked him to post anything. The look in his face and the words he said correlated back to the documents back there of the consulars that the children went to. Like I say, I looked it all over close, and it made me sick. I haven't changed my mind on it. I don't think children should ever be a part of something going on like this where money is being made by channels. And, the other thing was when his son got done talking about it, his excuses weren't for the child at all, as far as I was concerned. And people were on his channel were attacking his son. And he didn't try to dispel it. For me, I don't understand it. I don't. I guess it was never in my heart to feel like he does about his own family, nor to even put it out here where when he quoted, apparently, blood don't matter. That's a heartbreaker for families when they realize that. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are following and say, well, it's his wife's fault. That's what he says, and that's what it is. I wish it was that simple, but it's not. Eventually, what's in your heart shows up because it's what happened in your life before you got to the point you're at. It's what's happening in your life now. And it's what's going to be in your life when you point out what your future is going to be. He has laid out his past, present, and future on here on the videos. And if you don't care to decipher it and listen to it, that's on you. When I come on here, all I do is I give you an opinion of the years that I've been here on Earth. And part of that opinion is how I react with other people as well. I think that going after somebody just for the pleasure is 100% wrong, 100%. You have to look at the positive side if you can. And my grandmother used to say, everybody has some good somewhere. But that don't mean you have to bring them home. And in other words, she was telling me, try to find some good, but that doesn't mean you have to bring them home here. Because she didn't need the problems there either. We lived in her house back then. She was a good person. A lot of the morals that I came up with came from my grandmother. And it might not be that I can point in a book and say, this is why I believe this way. I can readily tell you that my grandmother, as far as I was concerned, was a saint. I never remember swearing. I don't ever remember getting mad at somebody and saying anything out of line. Never. She was the sweetest person I ever knew, and she gave everything she had to others, mainly our family. So I guess if you get to the point where it bothers you, when you have to make a decision, whether it's about things that are going on today or not, you have to go back and look at people's history. And you have to think about what they're saying, especially in the heat of the moment. Then maybe you can make sense of the whole thing. Sometimes the mark of Cain may be nothing more than an oversized tongue talking too much. And I put that out there, yes. Jen Thunder, they gave her lawyer 30 minutes to show. Is that the thing today? Jenny says, we all have a choice of good or bad. I avoid the negative and talk to God for strength. Gotten so bad out there that the real world. I try to keep some sunshine where sometimes glad I am in the bed. Jenny, if you need relief from stress, the Lord can pull it off your shoulders at any time. If you say your prayer through Jesus Christ and let the Lord handle it for you. Jesus was here to relieve us of all that stress, and he died for our sins so that we could be saved. It's easy to say a person should have walked away, but sometimes it's hard to do. In life itself, if you don't stick up for yourself, who is? You can hand it to the Lord, but there are times if you don't stand up to the bully will chase you down and knock you down. That's just goes without saying. Yeah. Helen said that she commented on the short and he deleted the comments. How truthful is that? Yeah. He's always done that. He's always took off anything that would even come close to being negative. There for a while, he had left a few up. And there was a time where I left the negative comments that I would talk a little bit, but it got out of hand to the point where they were eating the column up in the comments. And all of a sudden, somebody would get in there and there would be 15 or 20 comments underneath that thing. And it would just string out forever. And finally, I would take the head one off and punch it off, and I would bring the rest of them off. And if it was bad enough where somebody was vicious, then I just took them off from being able to comment where it'd be shown. Right now, I have, I think, somewhere around between 350 and 400 people that I took off my channel that I won't let back on at this point. And YouTube allows you to do that. You don't have to have those people on your channel. And if you want your channel to be clean, sometimes you have to go through and clean it. Pebs has helped me out, especially when I wasn't around. I was doing other things and try to keep my channel as clean as she could. The other thing is, if you get into the chat here, if there's things on there that are being said that aren't true, this channel eventually can be taken down because it's the responsibility to remove comments that may not be, that meet the standards of YouTube. So you had to be very careful and try to keep a track of it. Sometimes they'll give you a chance to remove it. Sometimes they just take it. So they've scrutinized mine before, put holes in my talk, because I was at the point where I said, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and that's it. Well, I found out that don't work. You get penalized for it right away. So Kevin says the bottom line today is continuance. Yep. Sounds like. And it says, Steffi says, he's already trying to spin things in the air, I bet. Now that is probably more to your liking and will agree with everything you say. Both lawyers showed, what's it say here? Both lawyers showed up. Magistrate took them into chambers, and the date was moved because Michelle and John were never served by Randall. It's that simple. All right. Oh, I don't understand why they weren't served, number one. And if they weren't, who's at fault? And is the one that was at fault going to get sanctioned? Where is this fair to anybody involved in that action at this point? I mean, the buck stops somewhere. Is it the judge, clerk of court, Randall, or the lawyer from Michelle and John? Whose fault? Not getting served certainly can't be the fault of Michelle and John, because they didn't start the action. And they've tried to comply with all the things that the judges have said to this point. Can anybody tell me where the fairness is from the very first day that it started a couple of years ago? I don't see it. And I don't see it fair right now. Like I say, if they weren't served, somebody's at fault. Why was a date set and the service not taken care of? Did they give a reason at all out there? I mean, who dropped the buck? Stacy says to protect the channel and its owner. Also, there are many that are left because they were not rude, just asking questions. But when a question is answered, and the people get rude just because they don't. I like your solution, Stacy. Mod those that one black line pops in a sea of blue. Oh well. There you go. You're right. You're right. Once you're comfortable with somebody, you're right. If they're made mods, the one that's not a mod is somebody new, and you can scrutinize them to see what their intent is. That is not a bad policy, right? Yep. This is always ask in all rooms is be respectful. Yeah, most of the time I've let somebody give their opinion and tried to give them my answer back. Some people will use that and twist it and do all kinds of stuff with it. And they're here just to double talk. And a lot of times I'll cut it off right away and send them packing. Yeah, like Beard said, from the very beginning, Beard and I, we agreed to disagree. And we've been able to find common ground between the two of us. Scampy girl, I forgot. He is not the lawyer in Ohio, but their tactics are so similar. That's right. DRD, Diane. It's the fault of the Ohio lawyer for germ. What I don't understand is there's been a lot of missteps, and always most of the time it's under Jeremy's scrutiny. You can't help but think the polymop is a real thing from that side, although they turn it around and blame it on somebody else. When Bruce was active out there, where you're seeing him every day, and it's not that he's not active yet, but I'm saying Bruce is a very honest lawyer, and he deals with people on a basis of believing that they're going to deal with him in honesty. And what happened was he found out that's not true. Matter of fact, it was almost completely opposite. From the day he got on this case, he was treated with something that is almost guaranteed that you can't be treated by. You have to treat every officer of the court with respect. And he was not. He was attacked, not just out here in social. He was attacked during a deposition and got away with it, and the judge let it go. How one-sided can it be? I'm asking you. And it put Bruce in a bad light, but it put his family in danger as well. And people move forward that would never move forward before because they think, I can get away with something. And stalking his family was one of them that they figured they'd get away with, because what happened? He took it to the police, and the police just made a case out of it. As far as they're concerned, it's civil, and it wasn't pursued any further. We know why he was pursued. It had to do with the court case. He put it in writing and proved it and sent it to the judge. And the judge sat on it for over 6 months. Where's the fairness in that? And how much of a brutal beating did Bruce take, not only worrying about his family, but all of us out here, we're looking at a man that stood up, took money out of his own pocket to get this thing going, worked diligently on it. He thought he was dealing with honest people, and he wasn't. And they went after him and used everything they could, including the basic decency that this lawyer had. And he's not dumb. He's a very intelligent person. And if everything would have went by the book, we wouldn't be sitting here looking and scrutinizing over all these cases right now. But instead, we had somebody that I think a law clerk was handling this thing. And it got away from him because it was a neighbor dispute, nothing more. And a judge didn't take a close enough look at it. Not to take away from Judge Bellotto. He looked at it from a different perspective, saying, I've got a lot of important cases I've got to do. And this one is very minor, and it got major. Anybody that thinks it isn't major, millions of dollars are at stake here. More than that, a family that has been under the scrutiny for almost 3 years now. And they're scared to death. You think they're not scared? They look over their shoulder. They look in their mirror all the time. Go ahead, watch anything that they, whenever they're in their truck, and you'll see they're looking in the mirror. They're looking behind them. And you would too. You can't even go to a restaurant with somebody filming you that followed you from your work home. They did that to Bruce and his wife. Same thing, same MO. It's okay, they say. Because the guy, the creator that started this whole thing didn't do that. He wasn't the one behind the camera. And the ones that are out there doing the most damage, they're trying to do the most. It's not Jeremy so much, it's somebody else. But he is the one that he is the creator of the whole thing. If you really want to look at it, go back and look at it. My opinion, that's it. Why do I get disgusted even talking about it? Because that's the way I feel about it. You know, with all the years I've been on this earth, I've never seen anything like this, and how it kept growing and growing, and it's been allowed to grow by the law. And when the law fought back, what's happening? Well, let's see. They went after the Levy County supervisors. They went after the city officials and flipped the consul and the mayor. Let's see. The next mayor that they wanted in there lasted a whole 6 months, got some permits they needed, sold their place, and got the heck out of there. It's too unreal to be real. Sheriff's Department. They went after the Sheriff's Department. One guy in there they want to sue. They went after the district attorney. I mean, how far can you take this case? I mean, think about it, people. I know I'm on here ranting and raving. I'm trying to give everybody their time to speak. But then I get this little deal here where now these people they took time out of the day to meet and see what's going on with this case. And what do they get? Immediately is postponed. Nothing to try to air it out. Let's get something aired out. We got you here now. What can we do? Oh, we're going to postpone it to next month. We're going to get through the holidays. This court case, if you want to really think about it, has been going on for over 2 years. So we're just going to dismiss it for another month. And the lawyer there's so much money was spent on so that this lawyer could represent them up there in Ohio, now is eating the money up, or that base money that was out there for them. Who's at fault? Who's going to get sanctioned over them not being served? That's not, what the heck is going on? Why would you not get that taken care of? Does that sound familiar? Rich Lutherman, he has told him where he's going to be no less than a half a dozen times, and they failed to serve him. What does that tell you? I'm no genius. I was good in the work I did. And logic is one of the things I'm very good in. And the logic of this whole matter don't make sense to me. And I don't know how it makes sense to anybody else. And I don't know how a judge can sit on this and not get really upset. And one way to tell if you're upset is to get sanctions out there and say, you're either going to toe the line or you're going to pay for it. Now, on that civil case one, when the judge did actually say something similar to that, said, bring your checkbooks, the other guy was threatened, life and limb and family. And he said, I'm not showing up. I don't have enough money to pay for the people it's going to take to protect my family. And he had the proof. He had the police report. If you listen to the YouTube stuff, you can see why he was being harassed, because he was harassed from the first day when he took on Michelle and John. Bruce didn't deserve that. I don't care how you can shake it out any way you want. Bruce Maskin was the first one to step up to the plate and say, I'm going to do this. And he was attacked by everybody. Leslie's a lawyer. She came along, or was, and I say was, not is. And she was brutally attacked. Because she was a lawyer? No, because she was bipolar. People out there, I want you to think about this a little bit. When a person goes after your weaknesses, those are opportunists. In my opinion, that's what they are. There's a business going on out there called YouTube. This is YouTube. It's not my business. You know why? It's my hobby. That's why I never worried about trying to make a nickel off of this thing. Just get on here and bullshit a little bit and get it over with. When you're retired, you can do little things like that. In this last year, it's been a son of a gun. It really has. And it aggravates the crap out of me. It's easy for me to see through this childishness that's going on. On the other hand, I realize it's a business. A boss that I very well respected told me this. It's the golden rule in business. He said, you know what that is? Well, I knew the moral golden rule, but he told me what the business end of it is. Those that have the gold make the rules. In a civil court, that couldn't be truer. It is the truth. If you have enough money, you can bankrupt everybody you go up against because you just do it over and over and over. What's going on right now? Over 20 people that are under the gun right now, or not 20 people, but 20 open cases. Yeah, I know. There's 10 of them in one. Okay. So we got 8 or 9 others. Is that fair? One has the money, it puts them in a civil case. The best part of it is they come in there. Now, in a civil case, that's not criminal. But he's threatening witnesses that anything they say will be held against them. Your right is nobody can make you criminalize yourself. Nobody can do that. So is this guy that told you that that's what they're going to do? Is he criminalizing a civil case by doing that? You tell me. I mean, to me, it sounds like a threat. Or he's lying, outright lying. One of the two. So what's he going to say? Well, I didn't know the difference. And yet he's been told the difference over and over. So, all right, now can we tell the truth? If a witness comes in there, are they going to be filmed, like he said, video? And then everything's going to be held for the court case, especially if you talk about case number 2. And who knows how many cases behind it. I hope you don't think that these cases are the end of the cases. They're not. Not until he's stopped. Somebody has to stop him. The law does. Yeah, I'm going to rant a little bit. Because the way I see it, I was hoping other people would see it like I do. Use a little logic. Think about it. I know. Out there they said, I'm too senile to think on that end. And the test I took shows that only that I know the day of the week or who's president or something like that. You know, the one where somebody might have Alzheimer's or something would take just to see if they can still make a decision. In logic, every test I've taken has been either 96 to 98 on the logic, on a scale of 100, 96 to 98, logic. When I went into service, the electronic mechanical showed me as being a genius. And later on, when I worked for different factories and offices and stuff, I became an inventor. I worked in a lab. I worked on designing machinery, cutting tools, all kinds of stuff. That's what I did for a living for a while. I haven't lost that sense of logic. I'm starting to lose my patience over something like this. I think that it's criminal to allow whoever got away with not sending that notice out should be sanctioned in some way. And I don't care if it was a judge or the law clerk or if it was Jeremy's lawyer. Somebody there dropped the ball. And now people get prepared for today, only to be pulled into the judge's quarters and say, we're going to have to postpone this because they weren't served. So what happens to all that hard work, that work that was done before, and we're going to postpone it for a month, and then now we're going to add to it or delete from it or whatever is going to go on between now and the date that they're going to go in there. It's called money for the lawyer. So we're going to eat it up. Something like how they ate up the money for the PO lawyer for Michelle. You remember that? The judge gets up there. I think he really felt sorry for Michelle, but he got up there and talked and talked and talked. He talked the money right out of her pocket, and there went the money for her lawyer. All gone. Because he charges by the hour. And we talk about Polymob, and they went after Bruce for inventing more words. What he did is he took a bunch of words and put it down to one and says, let's get rid of Polymob. Okay. He was trying to show you words the way in one word opposed to better than half a dozen. That's all. That's all he was doing. It was a lesson. Make it easy on everybody to understand. That's what it was. Nothing wrong with that. And I haven't been paying attention here in the comments, and I'm sorry. I got off on a tangent. By the way, I put in there that I might rant. I put that in there. When you get older, you hit a certain point where when people act like they're dumb and they're not dumb, they're opportunists. You can't call them stupid because it wasn't a stupid move. It was an intelligent move to make money. But so many people are hurt. And that's where the opportunist comes in. They don't care. No empathy in this thing at all. You want to see empathy? In Lisa's channel the other day when Diane wanted to go see her father. And a few minutes later, the finances for a ticket for her was there. That's empathy, real empathy. Somebody didn't debate it. They said, we agree with you. We can take care of you. It brings you to tears when you have that kind of people following in your channel. It does. And Lisa has that kind of a base. She don't have 1 million followers. She has good people following her. What would you rather have? Are you on the side of all the gold? Or do you want people that love you for who you are? People with empathy. People who help out the people that need help, really need it. What are you as a person? Because what you do is what you are here. That's soul. I'm not preaching to you. I'm just giving you some of my experience. It's how I feel. I'm not stuttering over it. I'm giving you a piece of what I've seen and how it goes. Logic. I don't hold that over anybody. I just want you to be able to have a good, happy life. And you can't do that when you're out there attacking and hating. You can't do it. But you can go down the right path and pull in people for you, with you. Light it for them. Do it. What's it take? If you see a channel like, whether it's Lisa or Robbie, different things on whether it's on Super Dave or Guapo out there, people that put their heart into things, that try to get things going, that really care for you. Spread the word and say, look, here, it's a small channel. We need more people there so you can have a piece of this. There's nothing wrong with that. The day comes where this is going to go away, and we're going to have to be able to turn from this into this better side. And it doesn't matter whether a simple thing like selling a few things in the household or something like that. It's people getting together and talking and trying to get it on the same plane in one way or the other. We have channels out there. They get together for just a little bit of talking. That's it. Then they have a good time. Follow Tammy, and follow her on her channel. They get there and they'll talk all night till morning. Sometimes they're in the daytime talking. And it's open to anybody who wants to come in. And if you're trusted, you're going to be a mod. Most of her channels lit up with blue mods. It says something. It says, if you're trusted, you're really trusted. You're part of the family. You're here. Wouldn't you rather be that than this other bunch? They're so busy out there trying to prove themselves. You know, whoever pulled up my driveway today, I have no idea if they were messing with my RV out there, my trailer. Because when you pull a pickup up beside it, I can't see what they're doing on the other side of the pickup. And my trailer sits right there at the driveway. Now, one thing about it, I wasn't going to take off with that trailer without pulling the wheels and checking everything anyway, because I want to make sure the brakes are right. I want to make sure the tires aren't dry rotted, that they have the right pressure in them. There's no leaks, all that stuff, no rust. So I'm not dumb. I'm going to do the things I have to make sure I can get down where I'm going to go in the spring. All right, I'm going to get back here to the channel now. So if you got something to say to me, say it now, because we're going to be over here pretty quick. Tori says, well, it's easier to tell the truth. It never changes. It is too hard to keep up with lies. We have seen that already. Chevy says, that is a problem today, Ray. A lot of them have no logic, no common sense. They didn't have a moral upbringing. It has a lot to do with it, Steffi. Helen, Tori, that is so true. Bearded, Dave and Guapo follow them or follow you, Ray. I'd rather follow you, Ray, in a heartbeat. But like I said many times, this guy is a friend, not a fan, and I'm a friend, not a fan. Thank you, Bearded. It's a good way to put it. Little bit says, Jeremy is just trying to distract of what really is happening with his stalking and harassing elderly people. He could give two shits about me. He knows that I don't have that big of an influence out there. A lot of people are following me that follow him, but I don't have anything to give them. You know, monetarily, there's nothing here, fella, you know, or whoever is following me. There's nothing, just advice. That's it. And it's boring advice because it isn't something that you don't know in your heart. It's just something that you may not be practicing. And I'm here reminding you of it. It's like a tight shoe. You don't want to wear it. It's time to put cameras up in your house. Yeah, and today I'm going to put one in the window out here. I've got an extra one that I can put, and then I'm going to go ahead and get an outfit in here to wire stuff up for me. Trivia Rocks at Nine's place. Stacy has a great place too. Yes, yep, that's right. And I would invite people to go over there on Tracy's channel. You know, there's talk going on, and plus they're selling. It's you know, very open. Anybody that has an open mind. Say thank you, Kevin, and yes, love Nine Chins, trivias, and games. Yeah, people enjoy themselves over. That's why they're there. Plus, it's all times of the day and night too. Cindy. Lisa and her beautiful, loving community has helped me when my son passed away. Lisa's a very precious person. I love them all so much and very grateful. Lisa is a small channel and everybody that's in there has big hearts. Everybody. It's a breath of fresh air. Mother birds, no empathy, no compassion for you humanity at all. You can tell when somebody has empathy. You can. It shows very readily. A little bit. Mary, Russ, Don, Michelle, John, Malin, Ray. He's a sick person, and that's my option, my opinion. Just lost power for a minute. Okay. there's a lot of people that have been hurt to this point. And I guess if I had, John, yours on here. What's happening, Ray and everybody? I was hoping you'd tell us, John. Nobody here has raked you over the coal that I'm aware of. They're holding their breath for you. And I didn't even know it till a little bit ago that the case is postponed till next month. Little bit says, yeah, just there we go. Super Dave has 2 full videos just naming all the people JH has had a beef with. There have been about 30 people to add to it since then. What does that say about JH? If you go way back early on, over a year ago, Super Dave put that list up. Dave, reported on this early on, and I don't know if you guys realize it, a couple of years ago, Jeremy went after him, and his channel went down. Dave's did, and he come back and has rebuilt it. And I think he's doing a much better job and a good job. And I'm glad that he's out there, and he's not afraid to look at both sides. So if you want an honest opinion, Dave is the one to go to. Good morning, Ray. Great to see. Hey, Shannon. Great to see you. Your smile and laughter is a wonderful way to start the day. Thank you. John said, okay, he's greeting everybody, John is. So we'll get him to maybe let us know in on the end so we know what you know. I was on the original list. I was the original list, and this is Bearded talking. On the original list, and I was on the show too. Yes, you were. He interviewed me now. The next time Richard Luthman is interviewing me. That sounds great. Whenever he does it, I'll be there to listen. John Cook is still telling everybody hi. Love you too, Cindy. That's from Stacy. Lucinda, I'm fixing eggs, and I cracked it. It went on the burners of the pan. Oh, my goodness. Do you realize that's going to stick pretty hard to the burner? Man, egg is hard to get off sometimes. Bearded says, real soon, Rich is going to interview me on the show, and we're going to go over the tough questions. He's doing a background check on me, so on and so forth. Okay. Jenny says empathy is important. It is. It's one of the most important things that you can have. It shows you caring and what you care about. Lucinda says, hi, John. Sorry they prolonging this. Shannon, hey, Stacy. Barry says he's going to ask me all the tough questions, regardless of how tough they are. I told him, let me have it. Let me have it, man. Do a background check to do myself. Well, I had asked him to be easy on me, be good to me. They're much better at it than I am. It's hard to defend yourself when they're prepared and you're not. And so I asked them, be good to me. And they were. It was worth going on their show. They went the extra mile for me. They let me answer and go about it in my own pace. They didn't force anything. So Caddy Chatty says, Tori, I only called her that so people would know who I was talking about. Plus, she said that herself. Okay. Jenny, John, you're going to be good. Feel it. Layson, is it Layson? Yeah, electric stove. Oh, no. It'll take a little bit to get it up. Bottom line is the lawyer failed the service for the 3rd straight time, and the judge pulled both lawyers into her chambers and showed them. So the case had to be continued till January. Wow. Nothing like wasting everybody's money and time, right? Caddy says, thanks, John. And I do thank you very much, John, for coming on and letting us know what happened. Beard, I want him to let me have it. I want him to let me have it 100% tenfold. Be careful what you ask for, Bearded. Sometimes the littlest thing can hurt you and you don't realize it till it surfaces. There's things people do in their life that they may have forgotten about or overlooked and not thought how serious it was till they face it again, and it can bring back old memories. So be careful what you ask for. That's all I can say. Just a warning. But I know that they won't do something to you that would hurt you long term. I've got faith in them. They're good people. Mike and Rich both are. So, did you see my picture with the limousine on it? You see my picture in the chat with the limousine? I think I did. Yeah, I know I did. Lorraine says, best of luck, John. John, we were praying for you this morning. I prayed for you last night, too, before I went to sleep. I was hoping everything would go okay. And at least it didn't go what I call bad. It's just that they're back to wasting everybody's money. Time is money. And when it be a lawyer to show up, I don't care what it is, it costs you for going there, for not going there in person to the court, but setting up for it. All that time that was wasted by your lawyer was a waste and cost money. So unless that judge sanctions somebody and makes them pay for it, then it's all bullshit. In my opinion, their lawyers have over and over and over violated your rights, and they're making you pay money for a lawyer, and they haven't been sanctioned yet to pay for it. Something is wrong. So J.H. lied. Fady. Tank Girl. Hi, everybody. Said, are you okay, Helen? That was from Caddy. Bearded says, I'm writing a book right now. I'm writing an autobiography, and it's going to be good over the past couple of weeks. Great. Tori Jones says, Helen Water, Highwater, I am not shocked at all about his lies. There's nothing new in that, is there, Tori? John was both lawyers there. Let's see. Only Ellie Heller was there. Tori Jones' letter work, honestly, it would shock me if he tells the truth. Helen said that. Tori Jones, I think John's lawyer should file against JH lawyer to pay for his time since this was a waste. 100% believe that there should be a sanction, and it should stand. This kind of stuff has gone on from day one. This kind of stuff, and it's hurt. If they were being honest about it, it would be hurting both sides. But when you're making money by the length of the time that it goes on, one side is making money and the other side is losing money. Where's the fairness in that? Let's see. Let's get done. Thanks again, John. That was from Caddy. Lucinda, right, Tori. Helen, Bearded Fisherman, hello from Helen Highwater. I think this judge is really pissed. Isn't this the same judge that let everything go like that before? Isn't this the same judge? Do you think maybe all this bullshit out here online maybe finally was given to her? Maybe she decided to wake up. I don't know. All I can tell you is this isn't the first, and I don't look for it to be the last. It's a pattern. It's hard to break a pattern. Oh yeah, that's my opinion again. You know, my show today is going to be attacked like you had never believed it. So I may stop looking at any of the channels out there except for the safe channels. Help me. Obviously, Lisa's channel, and I'll ask her ahead of time where the roasting's going, and Robbie's and Super Dave. I might be scared to get in my own channel to see what's waiting for me. So they're going to be pissed. I mean, they're really going to be mad, especially with what's going on there with John and Michelle now. They were so worried or so enthusiastic about somebody's going to go to jail today. How silly can they get? A civil case, and the threats. How can you threaten witnesses like that and get away with it? It's on here. It's permanent record. It's on here. Threats. Ooh. Somebody's going to pay. But Nina says, I would absolutely be embarrassed if I was George about these public lies. He really looks dumb how posting that is sad. You know, the things that George has been doing lately, I don't think anything's going to embarrass her. The way that she's went after Leslie out there and trying to compare herself to a certain extent. You know, Leslie has a lot of things going for her. And right now, George is trying to show all the differences. And the problem is, the differences are, let's look at it. Leslie is a very good-looking woman. She's older than George and looks 20 years younger. She doesn't have a dietary problem. She's very well put together. And she's physically superior by over 100%. She's showing you she can dance. She's a dancer. She's a lawyer. She teaches chemistry. Where's the downfall? The only thing is that she may have some medical assistance, okay? And they went after that. She has all these things going for her. So they're going to go after her for something that she can't help. She was born a certain way, that's all. It's nothing for them to try to booger up or mess up or whatever it is. It isn't. You know, the other day, when they were talking about what it was, a sugar booger. I want to ask you this, just your opinion, okay? And this is my opinion, but does that sound like a sixth grader talking? Sugar booger? Lord help us. We have taken and denatured the English language to the point where we have to take adults and bring them down to a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old's speech. They don't want to call a rug, you know what, with a D, right? Because they get demonetized on here if they do that. Money means more than anything else. Money means more than truth on here. So they have to use other words that have no meaning whatsoever. Back to that. It's a roundabout way of getting it there. And the stupidity of the whole thing. They're getting around the bot. That's it. But what if they change the bot to say, okay, anything that says this is now gone? And they could very well do that. And then you couldn't talk about the carpet because isn't that a rug? Do you get the stupidity in this whole thing? A roundabout. Why not come out and face it? Use the language as it was meant to be and say, okay, if it's used in a defaming way or something like that, then we understand it. But the word itself is just a word. It's an explanation of truth, of something real. And we're going to go out there and denature it. Come on. People out there, does that make sense? A pew-pew for something that's a bang stick. Lord. Why can't you just come out and say what it is? Because you found a way around it. And they allow it because they don't want to lose out on money. It's a game. And it's who's got the button? Who's got the magic word this week? What? And then we do that to people. Calling somebody paint chips. Come on. Russ is us. Come on. Oh, you talk about kid stuff. You know, the best part of it is you got people on here trying to talk the English language. And it's hard enough as it is because it doesn't match anybody else's sentence structure in the world. We're unique. Americans talk uniquely. Makes it hard for us to learn other languages. And we get people and they're restructuring and renaming words. And it makes it harder yet. Oh, when are we going to learn? Maybe we should go back and everybody claimed that they're Cherokee. Cherokee had their own language and their own alphabet, their own way of writing. Maybe that's what we should do. It'd be a lot easier and a lot simpler. Oh, boy. All right, let's see what we got here a little bit. He was trying to net to 1 million. He isn't going anywhere. You know who's close to 1 million? There's a YouTuber out there that is into lockers, and he's closing in on 1 million. Yep. Wait till Jeremy sees that. Him and Jeremy were, I don't know if they're still friends, but they were at one time. But he's passed Jeremy by a bunch. Let's see. You can go back later and watch the beginning, Tanya. It's all good. Mother Birds, you are so right. It's all lies. Mother Birds, Beardy, I haven't left my house in a week. LOL to cold. The other day here, it was 10 below. So, and with the wind chill, it was a lot colder than that. Mother Bird says, my opinion is he's got the case of sugar boogers. When I heard that, and I realized he's not the only one that says that, but the look on his face, he looks like a young kid doing it. Almost like he's got caught in a cookie jar, and he's talking about sugar boogers, and he knows he's talking like a juvenile. Tori says, I forwarded you an email from the Lucinda 370, so you would have her email address at her request. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll send her back that I got it, and she'll have mine. Mother Birds, I'm half Cherokee. Well, I'll be darned. My stepmother is, and I have a stepbrother that is part Cherokee. Let's see. Yeah, matter of fact, my stepmother's from North Carolina. That's why I was looking into where the damages were out there. But she was from the east side of the mountains, not the west side. They still got a lot of rain on both sides, but Helen says they have mocked elderly people, overweight people, people with mental health issues, people with physical issues, people who have lost a limb, lost a loved one, and lost their life multiple times. Well, the thing of it is, with me, they were able to cover a lot of bases. One is my age. And for 40 years, I was considered obese because I was so heavy. Now, part of that, when I worked, you have to overcome weight, okay? So part of it is you have to have the strength to do that. And I worked up high a lot of times on whether it be a high rise or structures that were up in the air quite a ways. And so you gain a real strength. It really is there. And they attacked me because they said I was senile. I mean, they were trying to cover all the bases on me so they could get a home run in. I guess they were trying to put me in a box somewhere. I don't know. Now, during a 3-month period there, quite frankly, I was in a box. My wife was in bad shape. And after she passed away, I was in bad shape. I still haven't recovered, and I never will probably. But I'm recovered enough to protect myself if I can. And I was never dumb enough that I didn't realize what's going on there. Now, the other thing is, Jeremy is not what you call lightweight. He's a little bit overweight. The thing of it is, through all this badness that happened, to me, I consider it bad things. The weight I lost during this time. Now I'm a little overweight, and it has to do with age. I'm down. I'm right at somewhere around 210 pounds, and I'm 6'1". I got heavier than that when I was around 40, and I couldn't take it off. It would bounce around a little bit. And there was a time where I was close to 280 pounds. I could still work. But when I retired, that extra weight made it so I had a hard time bending over because what's up here goes south. Unfortunately, my belly got too big and my pants expanded. Now, okay, I lost all this weight. So everything was out of balance for a while. Now it's in balance. As of the other day, the doctor said, I'm good. I don't have to come back till the physical next year. I'm maintaining my weight at a steady weight of 210 pounds, which is fine with me. I don't mind if I'm a little overweight from what I should be. I feel better. I can bend over. I can go up and down the stairs. I got a bad knee, but I can get up and down the stairs now without taking one at a time. I can take regular steps up the stairs now. That was a good thing to happen. So all the things that they were worried about me, I've already surpassed and come back to show them, well, that isn't all true. I am still old. I can't change that. I was never senile, and that's on them. If they think that, then they're not as smart as what I thought they were. They can listen to me a while and understand that when I say something, most of the time, it's going to make sense to them. If it doesn't, it's because we're from a different generation, and I've already proved he talks a different language. Sugar booger. I can't help it. I had to laugh. Main thing is that somebody like this that talks like that they think that they're being cute. It's a cutesy way of talking. But people get tired of being cutesy. You got to laugh because if you want to keep your sanity, and he's not the only one, they all repeat everything that he says. They repeat it. You wait out there in the headlines out there. So if they're trying to get you to come in, somebody's going to talk about the sugar booger because they can't come up with a language of their own. They just repeat something that a 12-year-old would say. Somebody in 6th grade. Lord help us. Okay. What else we got? Not yet, Mob. I will check it out later. Jenny says, Cherokee and Italian, what a mix. Ours walk the trail of tears. Yeah. Yeah, one of my dad's best friends was 100% Cherokee. And they lived just, I think, 2 blocks from where our house was. They grew up at the same time I did. Let's see. Bearded says 2 of my docs gave me the okay to work out again. I'm so happy, man. It's been years. Sometimes it's hard to get back into the swing of things. Beardy. Talk to Straight. He will get you on track. 2 weeks on the eat-only diet. It's working. Smartass says, he talks like a child. Yep, I agree with that. Opinion. You got to say opinion. I'm already going to be in court. So, and all of this is going to be on the court doc probably. Who knows? There's going to be so much on there, they won't have time to look at it all. Mother Bird says the other half is German. Let's see. Bearded will pray for you and your doctors. It will all work out. Talking about Bearded. Yep. I think mentally and emotionally, he has done it to a 12-year-old. I kind of get that idea, opinion-wise. And the only reason I say that is because he's enamored with toys. And if you notice, this place looks like a hoarder's house for toys. Just an opinion. If you had a multi-million-dollar, well, $1 million estate, I'm asking you, would you decorate it in the ways that one is? And, I probably shouldn't say anything about the decorations in there because obviously filling it up with shelving and putting toys on it is a whole different matter. To me, it reflects a juvenile mind, quite frankly, or somebody that wasn't able to have toys when they were a child. Something is going on there. When I grew up, we didn't have a lot of toys, and my garage has toys in it, but not like that. I love remote airplanes and cars and steam engines. I got a collection of small steam engines, things like that, and gas engines. I love that stuff. I like to listen to them. I put my first go-kart together. I was about 9, 10 years old. I made the go-kart out of wood. And it had a Cushman motor on it. It was a real motor out of a Cushman scooter. So, yeah, I loved all that kind of stuff. Still do. And maybe I'm stuck in that venue too. Although I did move into a different century, and obviously my wife helped me move into it. If you look at the house, everything in here has her hand or her touch on it. So. I can't wait to get the back fixed so I can get back to walking and exercise. I might even go back to martial arts if the doc allows. Sometimes, depending on what exercise you're using in it, it does help a lot. It makes a difference in it, Tori. I know you had your D fixed, and that's part of your battle. The back, I'm assuming it's the lower back. I had mine spacer put in, and I also have a brace that's about that long that goes up almost to the middle of my back here. When I see you sometime in the springtime, and I'm assuming we're going to meet up, I'll show you what it looks like and tell you what to expect if they're going to work on your back. I was able to walk as soon as I woke up. I was awake because the pain was gone. And the next day, I was out in the hallway walking, but I was using a walker. Within about 3 or 4 days, all I used was a cane once in a while for balance. That's it. And 2 weeks walking unassisted, going up downstairs with no problem. I went up downstairs pretty quick. I had to do that before I got out of the hospital. So kindness and laughter are what we all should be. That's what I say. I'd rather laugh than cry. And sometimes I might be crying when I'm laughing. Also, the way he acts, dresses, and speaks. Yeah, he is pretty sloppy. Now, I have to apologize. I've got my pajama on. This is a regular t-shirt here, but I've got my pajamas on because this morning I decided, yesterday was a tough day for me. So I wanted to relax this morning, and that's what I'm doing. I'm on here. I'm actually relaxing today, and my mind is off a lot of the bullshit stuff. And it was easy to just jump into here because I didn't know much of what was going on. And, all I really wanted to see was that John and Michelle are not being beat up so bad that they, that their life is in danger or something like that. Only to find out that it's, everything is postponed. They're kicking the can down the road. Not John and Michelle aren't, but the opposing counsel is. And you can't help but wonder, is it on purpose? What the heck is going on? I mean, basic legal things aren't being followed. Who is to blame for it? And why haven't they paid a fine for it? Why haven't they been sanctioned? Bonita says, is it deformity saying that a lawyer did not show up for his or her client, posting it to the public? Disinformation. Is that what you mean? Disformation. I don't know, Bonita. If a lawyer doesn't show up, it's not a good thing. And it's on the lawyer. The lawyer should be sanctioned. Doesn't matter which site it is. They get nailed. It's, you can't blame the client unless the client did something that made the lawyer not show up. And I can't imagine what it would be. It's a mess. Yeah. Nan Battler says that. Hope I said that right. Nan, is that all right if I just say Nan? It's a mess. Excuse me. Yes, it is. Bonita says, is it deformation? No, we got that. Gabe. Howdy, Ray. Gabe, I'm glad to see you. Wait, where'd you go? I thought, oh, there we go. It jumped on me. Howdy, Ray. I'm at work. I thought I'd pop in and say hello. Well, hello to you too, Gabe. We're just having a little fun out here, so you can join right in anytime. I hope they get your truck fixed, or maybe they got it done already. But hope they did. It's his tools and mechanic for my hubby, Steffi. he, let's see, let's go down here a little further. They say Tai Chi is actually easier on the joints, but I don't know. That was from Lauren. Cosmo, well, hi, I didn't see it here. My 12-year-old knows how to speak to others in kind, caring attitude. Treat people how you want to be spoken to. Most children do know how to treat each other, but all of it depends on the parents themselves, because initially they follow their parents' lead. And in that first 5 years, what they repeat is usually what the parent has said. After that, it might be what the babysitter says. So I need a spacer in the bottom. That's where mine has to be. And we're not talking your butt. We're talking at the bottom of your spine. Most of the pressure ends up down on S1 down there. So, I mean, he likes to tell adults to shut up and speech like that, stuff he says. Disc removed out of my lower back and replaced with plastic ones, and I had to learn how to walk. Then that was 15 years ago. I had to learn how to walk a few times. Too many accidents. Yeah, my first operation, they did it with a microscope. They went in from two directions, and they went in there and they clipped off some of the arthritis that was around the vertebrae, two of them, and then they clipped a little bit off the disc itself. There was a lot of pressure going down on the nerves that were coming out, and that worked for almost a year. And I reached down into a cooler at a grocery store to pick up some ice cream, and I twisted instead of turning my body, and it turned on that disc and slipped. And I felt it immediately, and I knew I was in trouble. And within a few days, the swelling and the problems and it made it so I was immobile. So it was back in, and this time they went in and they cut my back open and put a spacer, a metal spacer in there, pulled it apart, took a donor's bone, put it in there, let it grow back in. And it did it fairly quick. And they didn't have to give me calcium supplement or anything like that to do it. I was in pretty good health when they did that. And that was about, I think, 7 years ago when they did that. So, and knock on wood, everything has worked okay since. Oh, let's see. Tori, I have L5 to S1. Yep. That sounds pretty familiar to me. Doc said if I get hit by a bus, that part of my back would survive. I about fell off the chair laughing. That was Lauren that said that. Yeah, my wife, she had the same operation I did. My second operation was the same as my wife's first back operation. So, and it held up on her too, the way they did it. And she had a knee replacement. Everything that she had done worked out fine. She was able to get around very well. Let's see. He comes across hostile the time a guy, ex-mayor of Levy, parked his car on the edge of the school he owns. He squares up to everyone. That's right. If the guy was his size and his age, he wouldn't have squared up like that. I guarantee you. And I think it would have been a mistake if he'd have reached out and grabbed that mayor, the ex-mayor, okay? Because I think the guy would have popped him. Let's see. Gotta love me. Okay, hi. It all comes down to one thing. If people had stayed out of other people's business, none of this shit would be going on. Well, I'm not so sure about that. You had somebody, if you think about the things that were going on, this guy had told Guapo it was a gold mine down there. So that's telling me that most of this was preconceived ahead of time by somebody that knew they were going to make money off this whole thing. And if other people hadn't stepped in to help Michelle and John out, their life would have been more miserable. That's my opinion. Now, and I realize that Michelle did come along and say she was better off before anybody stepped up to help her. And you guys all seen my answer to that. And I said, fine, I won't. I'll stand off. It doesn't mean I wouldn't pray for her or don't wish her best. It's that I'm not going to get in there and do the things I did before because she really that was the thing, saying, don't help me. I'll do it myself. And I've held true to that. I did that 4 or 5 months ago, said I would back out of there. And I stayed to my word of what I said. She believes that she can handle herself. And I think she deserves that. If she wants, I really think that maybe by her doing it on her own 2 feet, if she is able to get past that, okay, she'll do fine. She didn't need us. That's pretty much what she said. She was upset with us because she wanted to run her show her way. And I think everybody should have that. We should respect that. I believe that in my heart. All I said was, okay, I won't bother you again. I'll pray for you. And I'll back completely out. And I've done that with Michelle. She asked for it, and I told her I would do that, and I have. And I don't feel bad about it. It shows you right now, I don't know how she did it, but she was able to get a lawyer. Somebody has helped her out, and they're moving forward. And if all that works out, then she was right from the first part. It was her decision, and now it is her decision. John is a nice guy. I like working with John, as far as being around him on here. And I wish no ill at all towards John. I know that he's doing his very best with what he's got to work with. My personal opinion, I'm really not going to express the whole thing. But I think things are going better when we take responsibility for our own actions. And if somebody asks you to back off, then it behooves you to back off. Stay out of their life. If you were one of those that were trying to provide a life for them. Some people don't want to be encumbered. You can ask Bearded, ask his opinion. When he was on the street and chose to live more in, let's say, the woods or whatever, when you're on the street, if you want a warm bed, you have to conform to the rules of wherever you're going to sleep. And sometimes you have to leave very early in the morning. No place to go, but you have to leave. If you're living in the woods, you're going to fix up something. It's like your own little home. You don't have rules to follow. And if you can figure a way to stay warm, it's probably much better than trying to stay in a bed where you're getting kicked out at 5 or 6 in the morning. Now you have to go somewhere and get a free lunch or a free breakfast. When you come back in at night, if you happen to have had a drink out there, people drink and they can't help it sometimes. But if they smell it on your breath, you're not gonna lay your head down there. You're gonna be out there in the street, and that's it. That's the rules. At least with a tent or something that's like a tent, you've got a place to go back to, and you make your own rules because it's your house. It's as simple as that. And that happens with people. Sometimes we intervene in people's lives when they don't want us there, and it behooves us to know when we back out. And in this case, that's what I did. No ill will whatsoever towards anybody there, none. If anything, I'm praying for him more because I think God can help him. I think the Lord can open the paths up for him and maybe tenderize their heart a little bit, make it a little easier for him to get around. That is my belief, and I'm hoping everything comes well for him. So that was an explanation. Gary Soren says, Ray, hoping you received my card. I'll have to look. Gary, I received a card with money, a check. Was that you? If it is, I need to correspond with you a little bit. But if it is you, I didn't cash it. But I will correspond with you. What I'm going to do is I'll send you my email address, Gary. Let's see, about doing DDP. Let's see here. Let me see that. I lost it. Darn it. I don't know what the future is for my back yet. I have to go through the process dealing with insurance. So I have to do, it won't work before I get real treatment. If your back is deteriorated, it's probably the only thing that can be done is to go through and have that brace put on the inside and a spacer put in. It's just my opinion. They inserted themselves into his life. Gotta love me. Okay. When you go over the whole thing, just to let you know, as far as getting into, if you're talking about they got into Jeremy's life, if you go over everything that's there, you're going to have a different opinion, okay? There's a lot surrounding that trouble that's going there. And I'm not going to go through this whole case over and over and over, that beginning of it. But I will tell you this. John and Michelle do not deserve the type of treatment that has came up since they moved there. They are permanent residents of Florida. They are permanent residents of Otter Creek. They have a right to go to the post office, to walk the streets and things like that. They lost it over something that I believe is not right. That's my opinion. And I understand you may have your opinion about it because you're saying they inserted their into his life. It was a mutual consent in the very beginning, okay? And it started out as a creator and somebody that believed in that guy that was creating that channel and was friendly in the very beginning and become unfriendly. And therefore, the neighbor dispute can happen to anybody. The problem is one is a multimillionaire and has all the resources there are to make the other one miserable, make their life miserable. And it was kept up beyond the norm. I don't think you would have wanted to be the recipient of that dispute. I just don't think you would have wanted it. If I've got it all wrong, Gotta Love Me 23, you certainly can give me the reason you think I'm wrong. But I looked at it from the very beginning, and I looked at the people on both sides, not only what they're doing, but what they did before they got there. So don't think I'm naive, and don't think that I think somebody's an angel when they're not. I don't. What I'm saying is they have a right to life. They have a little over an acre there. They want to be left alone at this point and have been that way for quite a while. And they've reacted to the actions taken against them. And they're trying to survive in a hostile environment. They're not the only ones that have been attacked or gone after there. There's others in that town that are afraid to go out in their yard. So before you start going after these people for what they did, I want you to walk in their shoes a little bit. It's too bad you don't look at what other people in town are going through. But like I say, I'm not going to go over the entire case. I've said my piece, and it's my opinion, obviously. And you certainly have a right to your opinion. I just wish you'd look at their side. I was told a long time ago by Marla Hughes to look at their side and also look in the background of Mr. Hales. I did that. When I got done, believe me, I had a different outlook on both of them. Yeah. I didn't feel comfortable with either side at that point. What I was uncomfortable with was how unfair the results was. And I still feel that way today. I don't think I'll change my mind. People that act like a bully, that's what they are. In my opinion, it's not going to change. I think some of the things that have happened over there for John and Michelle have had some good results. And I hope they can grow on it itself. I hope that gates are open for them and that their own hearts are softened. For John and Michelle both, I think they're on the right track and getting somewhere. I honestly believe that in my heart. On the other side, the money that's involved and some of the dispositions of the people that are involved in it, it's not going to change, not unless the law stops it. People can only take so much mental torture. That's all. That's what I've got to say. And I'm being quiet about it. I'm not ranting and raving at this point. There's nothing, like I say, there's nothing I can do to change your mind. John says we've got a Kool-Aid drinker. And John, if you're comfortable with it and you want to take, remove what they're saying out, feel comfortable doing it. I made you a mod because I believe in you. And also I wanted to make sure nobody could come in here and pretend that they were you. You do have a right to defend yourself on your beliefs. And you've acted like an adult on my channel from day one. And you've acted like an adult when I've watched you in this scenario. Here's a hammer looking for a nail. It wasn't LP, it would have been someone else. It was somebody else. You know, he went after his neighbor there, right next door. That old woman that fell out of her bed when he was hammering on the door. You know, and Tina and her husband. And, you know, it hasn't stopped, people. Right now, John and Michelle happen to be the easiest ones for him to go at. He went after him. He's nailed over and over. He's got him in court system. It's going to be hard to untangle that. This is. My prayers are for John and Michelle. I mean, I'll pray for that the heart softens that Jeremy's got. But I want John and Michelle to prevail and be able to have a decent life. That's my wish, and I'm certainly going to pray for it. I'm hoping that the Lord will open the gates for him. Oh, let's see. That's a lot of work, Beard, but oh boy, this thing jumped. Woo, did it jump? I like happy stress because my body pain and nerves twitch. Jenny said that. Helen says, oh, that's right, Pebs. Pebs. Well, Helen, that's the germ law. He makes his own rules. Yes, that's true. Well, it's my opinion. I shouldn't say his rules are true. Oh, Johnny Cash. Hi, Lucinda. Hi, Johnny Cash. I see you're in here. Pebs. Hi, Bonnie. Or Bonita. She said hi, Bonita. Let's see what we got down here. I've not said anything wrong. I've just expressed interest on both sides. Yeah, I know it. You gotta love me. I looked at things there and I realized that everybody will say walk away from that personality and walk away from the things that they do. The problem was once it got started, he didn't leave it lie. And Guapo showed a text message that was talking about the gold mine there. Robbie was told, you know, get into it with your neighbor. It's a way of doing business to keep this drama going in one way or the other. It does make money. The neighbor dispute. People like to see fights, and it grew way out of hand. It should have never got where it's at. I'm all for that. When I looked at both sides and I seen what was behind Jeremy, it bothered me enough that I wasn't willing to talk about it. I can show you what the consulars said. I've got the paperwork up here that was submitted to the court from the consulars. It's just not I can't imagine somebody being that way. Let's put it that way. Both sides. But see, if they walked away like they were asked, none of this would be going on. I differ with you. My opinion, gotta love me. My opinion is it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't. And there's people on here that they're chasing right now that did stop and got completely away from it, but the harassment never stopped. If you don't believe me, talk to Leslie. I mean, that's one of them. If you don't believe me, talk to Super Dave. If you don't believe me, talk to Thomas Collins. I don't know how many people you want me to bring up for you to look at. You got to love me. You could talk to his wife, talk to his child, Jason. Jason, nobody asked him to go on YouTube. Nobody. He wasn't contacted by anybody. He came up there and make the statement on his own. He was given a menu afterwards, a venue to talk if he wanted to, if he so desired. But when he made that first one, it would make you cry. If you have any empathy at all, you couldn't go through and listen to that whole thing without crying. So walking away from it, how do you walk away from it? His wife tried to for 14 years and couldn't. His ex. My opinion. I'm just looking at court documents. Like I say, when I look back at it, it made me feel bad to looking at that stuff. And that wasn't only, there was more to it than that. And I realize that you're listening to one side more than the other side. And you think that you can walk away from trouble, but you can't. You cannot walk away from a bully. It won't work. I would give you more things to look at, but it'd be unfair. I'm not a doctor. I look at what doctors say about those personality traits, and it all comes up one way. And you can do the same thing. You can go into an AI program and put all the traits, all the things that Jeremy has said about somebody, just put it in there. And then back away from it and say, judge this person. And you're going to come up with some things that are going to surprise you. It won't be the same thing that you're thinking about. And it'll also tell you that a person like that walking away won't do any good. Although they say the only way you can solve it is to walk away. And they'll tell you that that person will come after you anyway. It will tell you that. You can run, but you can't hide. And matter of fact, they went after Leslie, at the school, to her boss, to her peers. I'm just telling you like it is. And when you say nothing this would be going on, you are, in my opinion, you're wrong. And I know you think you're right. Just be respectful for the people that are in here that have a different opinion on that. Okay, gotta love me. You gotta have the high man. You refuse to tell us what they were supposed to walk away from. Yeah. Maybe Jay should have walked away from Walmart and the memorials. I know we could ask a lot of things, along those things, and we would never get, a true answer, not from JH. But when you go back into the what the doctors say about people that react this way, they'll give you a name for it. Or they'll tell you that the tendency, put it in one word, in my opinion, the tendency would be narcissistic. And people have a lot of those same things, different people. But when you add them all up in a list and you start checking them off, you can go in there and look and see what that means. Just go ahead and copy the list down, and then go back and grade each person that you see on these tendencies, and see if there's anybody out there that hits all the marks. Lisa did it on her show different times and came up with something that makes sense. But like I say, I'm not a doctor, but you can do your own evaluation if you want to, off from what a doctor will tell you these tendencies have to be. Let's see, Benita. Well, if you ignore that sort of individual, they get even more upset and make sure they push harder. They don't like to be ignored. And that's true. He is not doing any of this to win, just to bankrupt people. And that's his own words. Tori just brought that up, and it is his own words. And he said that more than once, by the way. Leslie tried to walk away, and the asshole wouldn't let it rest. That's what Lucinda has said, and it's my opinion as well. I told you that he wouldn't let Super Dave rest. and he hasn't let Tom Collins rest. Tom, he's just a young fellow trying to make a living. And, you're talking about a young guy that's out there picking up junk, doing what he has to take it to a junkyard and get his money back out of it. It's not an easy job. You got to hand it to him. This is a guy who spent hours and hours and hours cleaning up a road over there in Otter Creek. Made it palatable for the people that live there. He removed a boat that's been there for over 10 or 15 years, that was right on the main drag. I mean, you talk about a young man that was cleaning a place up, and he lives just a mile or two away from Otter Creek on the blacktop, but he lived in Otter Creek and grew up there for his when he was a little older. I don't know how old he was when he's moved there, 7 or 8 or 9, whatever it was. But he lived there until he moved out of town there, which is close. And he has a lot of friends there in Otter Creek. So, and that's one of the guys that he's been going after. Gotta love me. We all watch both sides and make up our own minds based on what we see and what happens in the courts. Like Tori said, cross-reference and you'll see the lies and falsehoods. And that's the best way to look at all this whole thing. All of you will come up with some pretty good opinions. And Jage helped me make my opinion of what I have seen. Chest bumping Guapo was totally enough for me to unsubscribe from his channel. He was going after Guapo all around that parking lot. And Guapo was trying to say, look, I know what you're trying to do. Don't do it. Tori Jones says, no bullies, abusers, and narcissists do not like being ignored. That is true. I haven't been able to vent, and I'm trying to be good. Ren, it's hard. Ren, it's hard. I didn't come on here to vent today, but I did put rant on there, and just in case we got talking about the case and it started going south in some way. Junebug says, watch Jern's face as he calls people's names and finds extreme pleasure if they are suffering. Saddest. Yeah, Junebug, when you watch, his face does tell the story. But he does too in his verbiage. John Cook, sorry, I timed her out. I won't take attacking somebody. I let her talk about me. John, the reason you're in there is so that you can do what's comfortable and you don't have to let people attack you. You don't. And, and she was venting her side without looking at both sides. And, that's on her. Good job. So sorry it needed. They was all together, suppressed to be raging. That's a new one. The love. He could help his self-bullying storage stalker, stealing his favorite hat while he slept through it for no damn reason. Wow. Tori, sweetie, you want to hear my argument with everything going on right now? Well, Ren, if you got a good argument, there's no reason not to go ahead and show it if you want, if you're brave enough. I want to remind everybody here that Jeremy a week ago said that he was going to make sure that everything that was here would go to the courts. What's on the chats, the mods, and the channel itself. So guard yourself so that what you say can't be used against you. Even though he's got all these threats going out, and he's had a lot of them. And I'm sure before the day's up, you're going to hear more threats. And by Sunday night, I think they're going to get very vicious about it. And it won't be just Jeremy. My opinion is that you're going to see a round robin going, and it's going to get vicious. Today, my neighbor warned me that somebody was down here in my driveway. I don't know what they were doing down here. It's the same vehicle that was here the other day, I guess. And I didn't see it, and they weren't able to get the license number. I'm hoping that my neighbor across the street, that his security system picked it up. And if so, then I'll find out who it is. But I got a good description of the vehicle, and I'll talk it over with the chief sometime today or tomorrow to see if he recognizes the vehicle. I've watched everything and see both sides. I agree with sometimes, but such hatred I've seen come from Jeremy is frightening. Yeah, it is. It's overwhelming, and it's getting worse. Helen says, having the handle of "Gotta Love Me" tells me a lot about who they are. Ren, you can email me anytime. Says here. Paulette says, I don't usually comment on this, but I needed to today. Headed back to corner to Rick again. Let's see. Did I miss what Paulette said up here? Let me back it up and see if I can find it. Paulette. JH helped me make my opinion what I was seeing. Chest bumping guapo was totally enough for me to unsubscribe. Oh, I got it. I see it, Paulette. Let's see. Helen said, John, she attacked Leslie after telling you all to walk away. Leslie did not walk away, and look what happened. That's true. Yep. And I brought that up too, by the way. It's not any different than Super Dave got clear out of it, and they wouldn't let it lie. They just kept bringing him back. And Super Dave looked at both sides, by the way. He really reported everything that he's seen. Let's see. And Balda said, Tori, you are so kind. You are a special woman. Roses. Oh, wow. You got roses. Why does Germ, because he lies, he cheats, he steals, he lies, he cheats, he steals, he could make a great character on WWE wrestling, professional wrestling, I'm telling you. I don't know if he knows how to wrestle, but he won't do anything he's going to lose at if he can help it. Peps, Helen Truce, same for Bruce. They have to keep digging. You know, when I talked about Bruce today, they made a man that's trying to keep his family safe look bad for doing it. They did everything they could to demean him for putting his family's safety first. And he didn't just walk away from it. He sat down and talked with Michelle about what was going on. And, he was doing this free will thing without monetary reimbursement. And people said, well, there was other reasons. Let me ask you something. What kind of reasons do you have to have? If you're doing it for free, go ahead and tell me. Is there more reason to go after it? So what if it was true that he wanted to get his notice because of what happened to him beforehand? He had a case that went south, mac and cheese case, and he wanted to get a little bit out there. And do you blame him? And he did that by saying, "Okay, can you help me? Can I go on your channel and talk about it?" And while all this is going on, he picks up on Michelle and John and tries to help them out free gratis. What is the difference if he did that to get some acknowledgement? I mean, what is that? You tell me now, because maybe it didn't get through this thick skull of mine. But why is somebody like Jay Hip doing what he's doing? He's attacking all of us. Is it to be noticed? Because of the relationship we have with Jeremy? What about Coop, Georgia? What about the umbrella guy? What about Megan Fox? One long ago, she was pretty good friends with Mike Volpe. And they have put all the heat they can on him, and they've got him sanctioned for the rest of his life on YouTube. You tell me. How did all that happen? Why'd they do all that? Well, they're making money off from being followers. They didn't invent anything. They're just following somebody else. They don't invent nothing out there. They just follow somebody else. So whatever they've got, and they're making lots of money. Are they heroes? I guess it's whatever your opinion is, or what my opinion is. They go after me. Supposedly, I'm senile. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have to admit, for a few months there, I was not operating very well. I couldn't. You know, the worst thing that could have ever happened to me happened to me. And I can only do what I'm capable of, okay? But the things they accuse me of, or the things they think I am, that's on them. You people can make up your own mind. If you think, if somebody out there thinks I'm senile, well, then in your mind, if I am, give me a break. The age I can't help. Every year I get a year older. And maybe I don't get smarter, but I was smart enough to get to this age and do pretty well. I've lived here between 22 and 23 years. All my neighbors I get along with. I hate Thanksgiving up there. This person over here brought meals over to me when things were going south, and when my wife passed away, they brought enough for me for a few days. Over there, she brought me some meals over for my daughter and me. The neighbor up here took care of my lawn for a couple of months. Are those people that hate me for being this age? Do they do it because I'm senile? Did they do it because they hate me? The only ones that hate me are the ones that are following JH. That's my opinion. I don't know. There may be people here in town that don't like me. I don't know. I didn't get into politics in this town. I didn't run for anything. I didn't run for council. I didn't run for mayor. I got along great with the mayor that was here when I moved to town. I met everybody that was up there. I was satisfied with how things are going. I moved here because of them, not in spite of them. My wife and I looked for a place to retire. We didn't look for a place to fight with somebody. What happened? The first thing that happens when JH gets in town, he disrupts the town, a small town. This is a small town. It's got a little over 1,000 people. I think it's 1,200 people. I didn't come here to hate on anybody or to get hated. You know, one of my neighbors was a snowbird. He's passed away since then, but we were good friends. The first day he came down and started talking. First day, right away. All my neighbors broke the ice, come in and had their 2 cents worth, invited me over to their houses, and they talked to me like a good neighbor, not somebody they were scrutinizing to see what they could do against or for me. I didn't sit around and tell them, about my job and stuff like that. They could see that I worked for a company. It was on my truck, my pickup truck. They didn't go deep and ask questions that you normally wouldn't ask. They didn't ask where my children are necessarily. If I sat down and talked to them on a personal basis, maybe some things would get back and forth. But in general, we didn't tell each other our life stories. We kind of filled each other out. That's what we did. They've met my family because as the family came in, and there's interfacing. That, when I got involved with this thing and I seen what was happening to John and Michelle, and I really felt bad for them because I knew that they couldn't fight back. They didn't have the stuff to fight back with. It's money. You have to have money to fight on that level. They made the best they could with what they had. When I grew up, that's what people did. They did the best they could with what they had. And that's what I learned. And that's why I survived. And my children survived. They all have children and, and grandchildren. I mean, I've got great grandchildren out there. I'm old enough to have quite a lineage out there, all over the country. And I don't try to hate on somebody. I don't want to run somebody in the ground. It isn't worth it. If I would have had a bad neighbor, I would avoid him at all costs. If I had to use legal terms, I probably would have. But I wouldn't have chased him for it. I wouldn't have done that. The problem, a good Christian does everything they can to avoid that situation if they can. I've been questioned about my Christianity because I might say a swear word. Well, I laughed at somebody that did. Lord help me. And I'm human. Oh, Lord. I hope he can come down here and make better sense out of it than what I have. But the reason I have a hard time with it sometimes is I just haven't run into as much as I've seen here. That's what happened. But when you look at most of the people that come in here and talk, they have a good heart. A lot of the people that are around here, they're people that were on Lisa's channel or Guapos or Super Dave or, they might have been on Robbie's channel. My kids knew Robbie before I did because they had followed his show. Can you imagine? I said, yeah. I said his name. Oh, I know who that is. And my son-in-law was sitting there. We were talking. And, these people jumped in there to help. When things were at the worst, they were there to help. Lisa talked to my wife on the telephone. So did Robbie. They made her feel better. My wife could see what was going on and what they were trying to do for her on the channel. I showed her, I said, look at these people. They're all praying for you. It brought a smile to her, brought her comfort to know that there was people out there like that. She said, I never knew there'd be so many people that would do that. And I said, what do they do on here? You just have to be yourself. That's all. Be nice. My wife was well liked in the hospital when she was in there. She had a lot of one-liners, and she learned everybody's name, the nurses, the doctors, and stuff. She was in 3 different hospitals. And she was so close to dying so many times and still come out of it and came back. And I think it was due to the prayers. And every time she'd come back, she would come back with a smile. And, they put her to sleep for a day and a half so that her body could catch up a little bit because she'd been through so much. She was a good person. And I'm used to dealing with good people. My attitude is such that it's hard for me to swallow when somebody's like that. And I guess I could have come in full attack before, maybe. But it's not me. I'm not that way. I'd like to see it solved. Yes. And whatever we can do to help John and Michelle so that they can lead a normal life, I'm all for it. Within reason. If they don't want it, you can't force somebody to do something you want. Okay. You certainly need to ask permission before you move forward with anybody. And I think Michelle was asking for that. I don't know. At this point, it don't matter. What's happened today in the court system has been put off because of a lawyer. This lawyer didn't serve a notice for John and Michelle, official. And we've been talking about Palomop for over a year. Bruce warned us about it. Then here it is, 2 years later, and we're still facing the same thing. Paperwork not being served correctly, on time. I wasn't served on time. They added me to, so they get more time. They added me in there because they didn't know my name. They put a lawsuit against somebody they didn't know my name or where I lived. And they didn't ask. It's not my fault, right? You think I'm going to volunteer for somebody to crucify me? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not stupid. They think I am. They think I'm senile. Lord. Well, I'm done on that. Yeah, he said that, here goes, Lawrence says, he said he was going to do from the beginning, making that town tube town. This was his whole plan, to put the whole town on YouTube any way he could to keep the videos going, in my opinion. And I have the same opinion that you do. I agree with that. Karen says from Sweden. Hi, how you doing, Karen? Steffi. Pebs, yeah, shows his class. They're lying to his fans in the bathroom. King Paco, I'm not the only one that watched his video earlier. I didn't see it today, if it's been on there. Jenny says, Pebs, okay, sit and spin it like it. Pebs, hi, Carney. Carney. Is that what the way you do it, Carney? Was I doing it wrong all along? Is it Carney instead of Karen? Let's see. Granny Kathy. Yes, Tammy, many did, but some people on their groups did not. Paulette. My mom was that way, Ray. Her doctor cried and told her, I'm not saying goodbye, Wanda. I will see you later, with all 6 of her kids in the room. It's hard to talk about the last 2 days that my wife was alive, because afterwards I realized that almost everybody knew except for me. And I guess I better not talk. Let's see. Someone else in chat said, sit and spin it. I just went with it. There's Pebs talking. I think that is a great title, Pebs. Sometimes there's truth in the title. Blondie, I don't know how I missed you earlier, but welcome. I watched him early on for the storage units, and I'm in similar business, only I did auctions, etc. My situation has changed with my family, so now I buy from online auctions. Okay, I didn't realize that, Blondie. I guess I didn't know too much about you. I guess I might have to learn more. King Paco said, yes, it's been there almost an hour. I went and watched it, and he said something about LP lawyer. Huh. I guess it's going to get really spun up. I'm kind of interested. I wonder how much attention it's going to get on Sunday, because Sunday seems to be the root of a week. It all piles up in an hour, and then after about 20 minutes of live, it really winds and gets going. So, Tammy said it's all lies, King Paco. Lauren says, Peb's great minds think alike. Think alike. That was me. Paulette must have retracted something there. Go read Lisa's post, King Paco. Deep breath, Ray. Yeah. It's hard to talk about my wife yet, so sometimes it gets the better of me, so. Let's see. Taped to Robbie's gate. Scared his daughter when he was out of town. The problem with something taped to your abode or gate, in today's age, and with all the threats that are out there, how many think it could have been something explosive, something that might do some damage? I would say that's a possibility. But that's just my opinion, and it's only a possibility. But if I was his daughter or anybody in that family, I would not touch anything that was taped to a gate, period. I would call the police out and say, will you scrutinize this, because I've been threatened. My life has been threatened. I don't trust that item. I don't blame them for not wanting to touch it. Opinion. G Skies, I see you're there. I must have missed you earlier, but glad to see you. King Paco says, thank you. I just read the course be continued to next month. That's correct. Tammy says, hi, G Sky. If Jern's mouth is moving, he's lying. My opinion is along with that. You know that one's coming. Would it shock you to find out that was a lie? Yes, King Paco. Hi, G. Pebs. LOL Tori from Pebs. LOL Blondie from Pebs. G Sky, still praying for comfort for you and your family, Mr. Ray. Just breathe. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of being on here has helped. And I wish I could bring my wife back, but I can't. Let's see. Steffi said, I would have Ray at 64. That would have been my first thought. Second would have been, what is it laced with? Yeah. Yeah. Man. Linda says, Tori, no, it would not. Lauren says, what? Tammy, that preacher lies from his pulpit. Can I get a Moses? Bearded comes back with Moses. Where's Bearded at? Jenny says, love you, Ray. Thank you, Jenny. Sneaking out of my corner. DRD. Okay, I won't say anything. Granny says, every year, everyone get a year older. Some don't realize that. I'm going to tell you something. Most of the time, I forget my age, except when I try to get up out of a chair or something. When I'm walking around and I'm doing things, my mind still feels a lot younger than my body does. And it takes a while for me to realize there's things, that I forget about me, which is my age. I do forget that from time to time. My mind does not feel the age. It's only this that reminds me of my age. When I go to get out of a chair, go up and down stairs, try to lift something that I could lift 20 years ago. Now, if I forget something, a lot of times it's because it's unimportant to me. And if it comes to the top, I'll remember it then. If I really have to have it, I'll remember it. There's things I put away, and I put it away so well that I hid it so I can't find it. And then all of a sudden, I'll say, well, I know where I would have put it if I didn't want to find it, and I'll go get it. That happens. That happens to all of us. It's just, especially your immediate memory. You can remember when you're 2 years old, but you might not remember 2 minutes ago. It depends on the importance of the act or whatever you're doing there. Hey, you know what okay. This is off the subject, everybody. When my daughter was here last time, I had bought some lobster pieces, they put them in a bag and you can make a sandwich out of them like poor boys or something like that. So I bought it. And I'm thinking, oh man, I haven't had lobster in a long time. It was cheap compared to buying a whole lobster. It was pre-cooked. So all you got to do is take it out, thaw it out, warm it up, whatever you want to do. Soak it in a little butter if you want. Throw it in a poor boy with a little mayonnaise or whatever you want for sauce, or throw it into a salad. It's good. It's great. Well, I love pancakes and gravy. So for lunch yesterday, I took the day before. I thought about taking it out and I'd have it for supper and something. But I took it out. It was thawing out in the refrigerator. I grabbed it out of there, and I said, well, I'm going to have pancakes, and I'm going to have a gravy made with lobster tail. I know some of you, it probably turn your taste buds off, but it is good. And that's what I fixed. And so I was overfull. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I bought a pecan pie, and it wasn't worth a darn. I bought it from a bakery. Wasn't hardly anything in it. It was real thin. So when I was at Walmart last week, I bought a pecan pie, a Miss Calendar's pecan pie. And they're fair. They're not great, but they're fair. And so I got that out. That was my dessert. I treated myself to a great meal, a good dessert. I felt so good, I was ready to fall asleep immediately. It's kind of one of those things. It's, you know, and I looked at my refrigerator and I'm thinking, well, it's starting to look empty. I'm going to have to go buy something else. And I don't know if I can match that meal, right? Well, so happens I had bought a nice chunk of ham. So somewhere, whether it's today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, I am going to have ham. I'm going to have mashed potatoes and gravy. And I don't know what I'm going to have on the side. It'll either be green beans or pork and beans, one of the two on the side. And cottage cheese. I've got all that stuff. It won't take me long. It's a quick fix meal. And I love it about as much as I like lobster tail cooked like I do. I know it seems simple, but lately I've been just eating frozen meals from Stouffer's, stuff like that. And it's adequate. And it's got me back on the trail of eating again. And now that the doctor said all my labs are normal and I can go back to living life like I want to, I feel better. And part of the healing process is obviously I'm back on here doing something. And I'm having fun with my pets. You know, I don't know where he went. He got bored of listening to me. He said he must have took off. Oh, the cat chases the sunshine. So she's by a window somewhere where the sun's shining in. I am disappointed a little bit in the outcome of the judge. It doesn't look like the judge has moved forward with somebody's at fault for not making sure John and Michelle had adequate notification. And it seems to be a theme out there. And why judges are letting it slide, I don't know. Because the lawyers are supposed to know these things. So are they working or not working on behalf within the court system for their clients? And maybe the clients are pushing them into doing things incorrectly. But how long can you do that before somebody brings you up short? A thing called a sanction. Who is going to pay for John and Michelle's lawyer to sit on the side now? Who's going to pay for that? Who should pay for it? I mean, I'm just asking a question, and I don't know the whole story, but just a question. From what I've seen so far, there's a lot of delays, and there's money being made in the delays by one side, not both sides. One side makes the money. Oh, green beans, Tammy says. Yep, I like green beans. You know, and the heck of it is, even though it's going to be a ham dinner, I could slice a little bit of ham off thin and put it in with the beans to help flavor the beans as well. And I know that the gravy is going to be great. Gravy is easy to make. So, you mean green beans, frogs are toast? I've never heard that before. Blondie says, I especially feel my age working on our will. My kids don't want to think about it. Yeah. Sometimes you got to be a little careful how far you bring them into your will as far as the mechanics of it. Not that you can't make them feel the realization that there's one imminent. Some of my things that I had out there, I had to get their Social Security numbers because there's a couple ways to leave things. And I'm finding a lot of those things out. My wife and I both had wills that we put up a few years ago. So, but I had to redo it when my wife passed away. And I'm trying to make it as simple as possible so my kids can come in, get it over with, do the splits or whatever it is. They don't have to fight with each other, none of that. It'll all be taken care of beforehand. And if I ever get into the point where I know that I'm, on my last leg, I'll make sure they understand what is going on and what I expect. So, you mean green beans? I especially feel my age. Oh, here we go. A little bit says those are high sodium. Be careful with anything processed. The green beans I usually get are froze. I don't know if you're. Sometimes I buy the vegetables that are mixed. It's got the carrots and peas and green beans in them. And I like broccoli, so I usually buy the broccoli separate so I can cut it up the way I want it and stuff. Matter of fact, the other day I had broccoli with macaroni and cheese. A little bit of chicken was in there. Trying to think what else was in there. It was good though, quite a meal. Matter of fact, I made 2 meals out of it. So let's see. Paulette says he is ready for the chair nap, Ray. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:40. Boy, I'm going to have to go make my lunch here pretty quick. Ray was wondering what to have with his ham, so I said green beans. Yep, they work good. Yep. Now, a lot of times I've had baked beans, and what I do is I put a little bit of brown sugar in with them, and I heat it up enough to kind of caramelize the brown sugar on part of it. And I don't know if you guys do it or not, but it adds a little bit of taste, and I stir it up good. But I still put, once in a while, I like to put some jalapenos in there because I like a little kick. And if I don't do that, then I put a little Tabasco sauce in there to kick it up. But I love baked beans. Let's see. Jenny says, love to lobster, but can't have shellfish around. Out triggers the metal in my body. And then when is dinner? Well, it don't take long to fix a lot of these meals. In today's day and age, you can buy the parts frozen, mix them together, or you can buy them fresh. And they both taste good. Now, canned goods is a little different. Depending on who does it, who does the thing, there is a different taste to them. The seasoning you put in, on whether it's green beans or if you take navy beans or whatever it is and soak them overnight and then start cooking them the next day, early in the morning or the day before. And you put a little additional seasoning in there with, whether it's pork belly or bacon or whatever you're going to do. It goes all through there and then it soaks in overnight. And then the next day you've got your green beans. You can make a soup out of it, or you can have the beans on the side, whatever you want. I find that not chili, but rice. I can put a lot of different things in rice and cook it up, and man, in 10, 15 minutes, you can have quite a meal. So there's a lot of ways to cook things that are quick. And my wife is the one that showed me most of that stuff. I'm not a real cook by any stretch of the means. I look and see how the real cook did it and didn't try to compete, although I should have helped more. French style beans, green bean salad. I've had plenty of bean salads, and they're good. I like all salads, though. I just had green beans for lunch, oven toasted in bacon fat. Yeah. You can't beat bacon fat for taste. Lauren posting, I logged on late. Granny Kathy, trying to see what happened. Well, the court case is postponed, Granny, till next month. Let's see. Somebody here, Cosma, what happened? Going down with the ship. Oh. Bonita, have a blessed day, everyone. I'm going to finish my housework. Enough slacking. Thank you, Ray, for the coffee and chat. Much love. Bless. Thank you for being on here, Bonita. Pep says, see you later in a little bit. I'll be listening on the big screen. Yeah, I'm going to be getting off here real quick. I'm getting hungry. So, cooked broccoli, garlic, and vinegar and garlic. I use a lot of rice vinegar in my stuff, and the sweet rice vinegar. And the broccoli, sometimes I steam it and then I use powdered Parmesan over the top of it. I cook, a little salt and pepper in there. I like it with cheese. The cheese seems to envelop it, and I don't even have to put salt in it then. Tammy says, yummy, Ray. That sounds so good. Mrs. Tom says, I cook my dry beans in my pressure cooker. It's so easy. It sure speeds up the process. My mom used to do things like the beans, she'd start putting them in the day before. And by the time, like she would fix ham and beans and we'd have it over cornbread. And by the time we got that meal, we were so hungry for it, we'd engulf it quickly. I don't remember too many leftovers being there in our family. I had 2 brothers and my dad and my mom and my grandmother. We sat down to a table. We cleared it. Like I say, a lot of things were prepped the day before. A lot of foods are that way. Years ago, just about everything had to be prepped ahead of time. And so by the time you were able to eat, you were so hungry you'd eat anything, no matter what it was, probably. Let's see. Oh, Granny says, I'm going to catch up on all this sometime today. Broccoli is good on anything, right? Broccoli is good when anything. Yeah, bearded. I mean, I eat a lot of it. I didn't when I was younger, but I do as I got older. My wife really liked it, and I learned to like it. It's kind of how it went. Beans and rice is always awesome. Put a squirt or 2 of Italian dressing on it. Sounds weird, tastes delicious. Mrs. Tom, I've been doing that for quite a while, putting stuff on there like that. I also, I go in there and I get this sweet chili sauce, and I'll put that over that. And that's great. It really is. It's good. And the next day, we always make enough so I've got 2 or 3 meals. But the next day, the stuff all kind of congeals together, and I warm it up, and man, is it great. Once in a great while, I'll put just a little bit of grated cheese over the top of it, and it kind of gives it a little bit more of a salted taste in there, along with the sweet and sour. But it's good, and the chili sauce, it gives it that kick. So I do eat a lot of rice and potatoes, and that's a problem with me. I like to eat, and that's why I was so heavy. Fry salt pork and butter and onion until it's cooked almost burnt. Slice it up and eat it with rye bread. It's good that way. There is a Italian recipe, if you want to call it that. It has to do with bread and salt pork. It is really salty. I can't remember exactly how to prepare it. That is really good. You'd think it would turn your stomach because it sounds greasy. But there's also one. Has anybody ever had what they call bagna calda? It's an Italian dip, bagna calda. But anyway, it's olive oil and garlic, fresh garlic, anchovies, and you cook it all together. And then you can put like a half and half in there, and you get this. It's not as thick as gravy. And then you have like French bread or something of that nature. You don't put anything on it unless, if you put anything at all on it, it's going to be is a little olive oil, but you don't need it. And you dip with that, or you can have cabbage, lettuce, celery, all these goodies that are in the bottom. And I'm talking about the anchovies and garlic and stuff. it's picked up or it's suspended, one of the two. And you can sit there and eat a lot of it. My advice is to get a little bowl out so each one of you has it and you're not slobbering in the main big bowl. But either way, you're not going to think about it because it's so good. It's just, and the thing of it is, nobody is going to get next to you the next day because you're going to smell like garlic. It permeates all of your entire system. And it's going to be that way all day next day. And your breath is going to be that way too. So, but it's one of my favorite dishes. And whenever we had a get together, it seemed like Bunny Calder was part of it. And we used to live in an Italian town. It was almost all Italian. It was a mining town. And that's why where I come up with a lot of the recipes is from there. So, oh. But that pork reminds me of one of the dishes that you cook up, an Italian dish. So, I can cook. This is Paulette. I can cook. Baking is my favorite thing, but my legs won't let me stand long enough to do any of that. I think I don't have it in. Oh, there. My wife used to use. I don't know. Can you? Yeah, see that there? That yellow thing. That was in her kitchen most of the time. But when she was doing a lot of that stuff, she would bring that out and she'd bring the steps out a little bit. She would set in that and then put her feet up on that. In between, she took a lot of rest stops, if you will, on that. So I don't know if you have one of those. It looks like a high chair. It's not a high chair, but it's a chair with steps on it. So you can step on that and get into top cupboards and stuff. That was hers in the kitchen. So it says we did something similar. We took the garlic to olive oil on the anchovies and we cooked it with a little bit of spices that we would slice up, cherry tomatoes, and toss that with spaghetti. Oh man, yeah. And my wife does that too, or did. She used a lot of that angel hair. I don't know if you do that much. But we cooked it up and did a lot of that. The same thing that you're talking about there, but we used angel hair. And we loved it. Oh, my plate would be heaping full like this. Oh, wow. Garlic helps animals for fleas, or so I've been told. I don't know. I don't even know if it's good for them. I haven't read up on it. We do something similar with tuna fish. Well, one of my casserole dishes that I love, I mean, I haven't cooked it, but my wife used to, is tuna casserole. And I can eat a lot of it. Unfortunately, a lot of stuff that my wife cooked, I ate too much of it. And that is one of my downfalls. So Linda Life said, good afternoon, just got on and missed what you were talking about with anchovies. Love anchovies. Sorry, I missed your recipe. It's olive oil, anchovies. Oh, yeah, and we added butter in there, by the way. I forgot about that. And then you cook it all together till it's going good. And then we put some half and half in there to make it into more of a sauce. And then we dip it out with lettuce, cabbage, celery, and bread, fresh French loaf bread, nothing on the bread. If you want anything at all, you can do a little bit of pure olive oil, good olive oil on it, virgin olive oil. But it's great. If you haven't ever had it before, you probably kind of think that it wouldn't be any good. It's great. Just take my word for it. It's great. And the other one was having spaghetti and anchovies and cook with a little olive oil in there and Italian dressing, Italian dressing, and sprinkle it over the, like with my wife, it would be angel hair, if you know what angel hair is. See where are we going here? I'm going to make that tonight, but instead with anchovies, I'm going to use popcorn shrimp. I love shrimp. I have in my refrigerator right now, I have a half pound of frozen shrimp, uncooked, and I have 2 pounds of cooked shrimp. Then the cooked shrimp, I thaw them out and I put them in salads usually. But once in a while, I'll put them into a sauce of some kind and put it over some sort of pasta. So they're always good. I love shrimp. I love shrimp better than I do lobster. I still say is or does about my husband, and it's been 5 years. Is or does, yeah. I probably will never get out of the habit of talking as my wife being still here. I don't know how you feel, but I'm at the point where I'm at. I couldn't find a word for it. And the best description was that I feel that it's not real, this point in my life. Because I still see my wife right here beside me on my right side. In my mind, and as soon as I turn, she's not there. And reality bangs me right now. And sometimes when I'm watching TV, I go to look and say something, and she's not there. Okay. So I don't feel like I'm in the reality yet, that I'm not there. There is no real description of that I'm aware of. But the habit of being with somebody over 60 years, I don't think is going to go away anytime soon, if ever. I think I'm always going to feel right next to her in some way until the day they plant me 6 feet below the ground. It's just, in my mind, I don't think it's going to go away, and probably won't. It's real in my world, and the world I'm in isn't real. That's the problem. I'm separated from the world to some extent. I don't even know if I want to go into a different realm. Right now, I'm in a semi-happy place, and I guess I'm just going to stay there for a while. Lauren says, Ray, I have your email, and it's okay with you. I'm going to send you over a shoestring pie recipe. Very easy to make. Great. I'll look forward to it. Thank you. Send it. She is still with you. She still is with you, right? She's in your heart, man. She's in your heart. She'll never leave you. Guardian angel forever. Yeah, she's in my heart and my mind for sure. There's a lot of times I'm doing something and I can feel my wife telling me, not that way, Ray. My wife and I, we were in the kitchen a lot together. Sometimes I'd help her cut things up, little things. But at the end of the day, we did dishes together. We have for a lot of years since I retired. Because it was our time together. When I say together, we're right next to each other, right there at the sink. And it was a good feeling, always was. And she might say something like, maybe we take turns cleaning the stove up. Our stove is close to 25 years old, and it looks like the day it came to the house. It is spotless. And she always kept it that way. And so here I come along, and I'm dirtying the stove up. And if I let it slide and cook on it twice without cleaning it off anything that come there the first time, I'm going to get it. Shouldn't have done that. It's going to take a lot longer to clean that now. I can hear and I can feel it. The other day, I had just a little bit of a spot down there, and I didn't see it, and I cooked the meal. And of course, it cooks it down a little harder. And then I did see it. So when I get done washing the dishes, I pulled the grill off, and I soaked that thing real good and let it set. And then I come back and I cleaned it up. But I didn't take the grill and put it back in place. I had no idea. Next morning, I walk into the kitchen, and here's that grill sitting up there, and I'm trying to think, what the heck did I do? I left that up there because my wife would have never left it up there all night. She never left anything uncompleted. Everything went right back where it's supposed to be. And I can feel it, or saying, hey, aren't you going to take care of that? And that's okay. I mean, I'm glad that she used to get after me about little things like that because it was good habits, and I had a lot of lazy habits. I just did, put it off. I'm not going to worry about it till tomorrow. Every time I think of that, I hear her in my mind saying, "No, you better take care of it because you'll never go back and take care of it if you don't. I know you, Ray." Oh heck. Uh, there are times where I still talk to my late husband, and Jeff, my current husband, is understanding. I'm glad he is, Tori. I think once you love somebody, the love never ever will go away. And people do have room for a lot of love. Our good Lord's seen to it that you do. Uh, Otherwise, it wouldn't be a very good life if we couldn't, love a lot of people. And I'm not. I hope you take it in the context that I'm saying, is sharing your life with you. Barry says, "Oh, believe me, I know that I lost a lot of people in my last 10 years in my life, bro. A lot of people get it, man. I understand. 150% of the older I get, the worse it gets." Paula says, "I still talk with my oldest daughter, and I lost 4 years ago. I feel her with me. The same about my mom and dad. Those signs." Ray, do you have any of her recipes? I've got a lot of stuff. I know my daughter wants to get them copied too, and I haven't looked through it. I've been looking through a lot of things that are personal to her, and sometimes it takes me a little while to survive it, for lack of a better word. Her recipes, a lot of them I know because I did see her do them in the kitchen. And there's one favorite one of hers. It's a pie that I'm going to try to make here pretty soon. And the other thing I wanted to learn to do that both of us had trouble with was making a good pie crust. And years ago, lard was the big thing in it. And we did get a little can of lard from time to time and try to make pie crusts out of them. I know that a lot of it the skill for making a pie crust comes from doing them over and over. I would say if there's somebody in here, I think maybe Linda would know. She's quite a baker. And I'm sure there's people in here that made it, the old way with the lard and flour. The idea is to make it flaky, is to keep your lard cold enough so it's keeps it flaky, so it kind of separates the dough as it's being cooked, but doesn't make it dry. So it's kind of a combination. Pebs, it is very hard. What did Pebs say to make it hard? My mother lost 3 of her 4 children. Ooh, wow. I lost my youngest boy. I say we did. And it was the hardest thing that ever happened before my wife passed away. And my wife, it was hard. And my son, it was a couple of years before I could talk about him without tears because I missed him so much. We talked to him on the phone a lot. He lived in a different state. I was there when he passed away. I was right beside his bed. And I still remember all his phone calls. And, after he died, I looked up and I thought he was in the doorway, the bedroom doorway, and talking. And I realized it's kind of a mental thing, but it was comforting. I can tell you that, the thought of it. And every once in a while, the laugh he had, I'll hear it. It's after all, I heard it for so many years, it stuck with me all this time, and his smile and stuff. And I know it's a memory, but it's a real live memory for me, and it's going to be there for a while. Someone said you become closer to those who have passed because they are still there interacting in other ways. I think there's always things that will remind you of somebody that's passed away. And especially family. You're always going to hear them, hear them and see them and feel that they're there. Butter flavored Crisco. I'm not a baker at all. The Crisco that my wife had got was the white. It wasn't butter flavored, but I know the one you're talking about. I would think it would be the better choice because if you don't use Crisco, you can use butter and do the same thing. You just keep it in the refrigerator, and then you use your grater, grate it into the dough, and then be careful not to let it warm up to the point where it melts because you don't want it to melt. And then before you roll it out, just put it back in the refrigerator and let it set till you're ready to cook your crust. And a lot of people will pre-cook it a little bit to get the bottom. And sometimes you have to put like foil down over the pie, the whole thing, or the crust. Put something in there to weight it down, something that the oven won't bust up. And give it about 10 or 15 minutes and then take it out and do your cooking or whatever you're going to do. There's a lot of different ways, and I don't know which way is the best way. So I'm going to do some experiment. Melinda likes there. She might know. I used to make really good pie crusts that my aunt taught me. The secret was when I was in high school. Not sure I still have the skill today, as I don't make pies very often. You have to be careful not to. I understand that. You have to be careful not to. I love pie. I love pie. I've lost my first. I lost my first. My ex-wife was pregnant. She had a miscarriage, and it was the most horrible thing I ever went through in my life. Let alone what she went through. I can't even imagine. Oh, Linda says, "Oh, overwork the dough." Okay. Yes, that's the one thing. I know I was told put it back in the refrigerator so that you don't melt the butter or the lard into the dough by letting it sit out very long, and then don't overwork it. And that way, as it's cooking, it'll be flaky. That's my understanding. Lauren says, I've had it in sticks. I would think that's probably a good way to buy it. I prefer the can. I tried to text, but I still think the can comes out softer. Okay. She buys a frozen pie crust. Use white Crisco. Okay. That's what my wife had tried, and that's pretty much what my grandmother, I think, used Crisco. Pep says, I see and feel my mother, and she tries to be so brave. She is a great mom. Lauren says, I was in culinary arts when I was in high school. That is a good thing. You should find a recipe that you two love to make together. Send it to Tori. Put it in the Get Swamp cookbook. That way we could have a little piece of love from you both. I'd be willing to bet, Kimberly, that it's already in there. There's a favorite we had that's similar to the Kentucky sugar pie. I've got to look the recipe up, but it's almost translucent. It's famous in the South that a lot of people. It's easy and cheap to make. Well, it was. I don't know. Some of the recipes call for heavy cream or half and half, one of the two. So I'll look it up. I promise you. I'll get back to you on it, and if I can find it. But it's similar to the Kentucky is known for its sugar pie. Similar to that. A little different. The sugar pie, they rebake it and put like a crust on top of it. And the pie my wife made, you don't do that. And it's similar to looking at a custard pie, except it's more translucent. Oh man, it melts in your mouth. It is so good. I'll look it up and see if I can find it, Kimberly. Let's see, bearded. Yeah, I know. I got that gift. I feel the same thing all the time. That's why the more I help people, the more I have a chance of making it. This is bearded talking. If you know, that's one thing I always learn about the others. Trim the way you want to be treated, regardless. Stephanie, I am spoiled. Hubby got me a cheeseburger from a Steak and Shake and an iced coffee with Dunkin' Donuts. Man knows me well. He is treating you good, Steffi. You better hold on to him. Is that kind of like the show Fly Pie? I'd have to look it up, but it might be. It might be. They have what it's called. You can look it up. A Kentucky sugar pie. It's pretty well known. And the difference between that one and what my wife made is my wife's is a little more translucent, and she doesn't rebake it for the top to have a crust on it. So, my grandmother made the best butterscotch pie. I love butterscotch pie. I love all pies. Man, if they're cooked right, man, you can't turn them down. Rin says, back and very cold. Just got inside. My neighbors gave us goulash. My wife makes a goulash that lasts 2 or 3 days. And the last time we cook it, my wife puts cheese over the top of it and makes a baked meal with the cheese on it. And I forget what it's called. It's a regular Italian meal, but it is great. I like it better than the first initial batch of goulash coming out. It gets better every day. So, what else we got here? Let's see. Yep. Goulash, Mr. Tom. Goo is my favorite, Mother Bird said. Comfort food for sure. Yep. One thing about goulash, you can season it any way you want. Most of our foods that my wife would cook up had garlic in it. It seemed like always. And then a lot of times I would kick it a little bit with Tabasco sauce, something, whatever it was. But if my wife liked hot stuff too, once in a while she'd cook things that were hot from the very beginning. At one time we had chili and she kicked it up a notch. I didn't realize it. So I got some sriracha sauce out and I started dumping sriracha sauce in the chili. My wife said, you shouldn't have done that. I took a bite and I started sweating. Oh, it was plenty hot enough before I put the sriracha sauce in. All I did was make it so you couldn't hardly taste anything, because by the time you got done with the burning, you didn't have any taste buds left. It was a lesson well learned. Yeah, every time you reheat, it's better. Oh man, it's that way with leftovers. It's just. I think sugar pie is very similar to custard pie. It is. It's almost identical, Linda. Kentucky is known for it, but there's another. This down south, there's another pie similar to that. It's more translucent than what the custard is or the sugar pie, but it's made about the same way as a sugar pie. I got to look it up. It melts in your mouth. I mean, you can't get enough of it, it seems like, when you're eating it. And it tastes rich, but it isn't so rich that you can't eat a big piece. I prefer a big piece of it, and I could go back for seconds. That's how good it is. So, Ms. Tom, a pound of elbow macaroni, a pound of sharp or extra sharp cheddar cheese, and a stick of butter. Best, easiest ever. Freezes great. All right. Pep says, my maternal grandmother was Hungarian and could make a 4-course meal out of a stock of celery. My grandma on my mom's side, she was Irish. And so she loved to cook a lot of vegetables, and a lot of times she steamed stuff, but she was a wonderful cook, and she could take a little bit of nothing and make a mountain out of it. I mean, there was never a meal that she cooked that I couldn't eat or that I didn't overeat. One time, I can't remember what it was. Might have been rutabagas or something like that. Anyway, a neighbor gave me something I had never had, and I brought it home to my grandmother at lunchtime. And I told her, I said, I don't know what it is. And she said, well, I'll fix it up for you, and you can tell whether you like it or not. And that was my meal, and it was great. I'd never had it before, but there wasn't anything that she didn't or couldn't do. In my world, anyway. Oh, Linda, I can eat a mustard pie all by myself in 2 settings. Sounds like you and me have the same taste there, and maybe the same capacity. Anybody else keep a Ziploc in the freezer for all your vegetable trimmings for soup? My wife put stuff away, and she would make broth out of sometimes different things. It's a good way to start it out. A lot of times we always had extra broth around because we would buy it because we want to do things quick. But when fresh vegetables are out there, and you can when they're in season, and you can take trimmings and stuff and put them away and make broth out of them later, it's great. A lot of times, like with soups and stuff, we would put it in Ziploc bags, for portions. Not while it was hot, obviously, but later. And my wife would make great big things of soup, especially in the wintertime. Chicken soup goes over good anytime, and it'll cure all your ills. But my favorite was a vegetable beef soup that she made. It had some kick to it. You can't buy it in a can. Beard says, have a blessed day. From the Northeast, H-Bomb Man. Later, loaf of bread, a container of milk, and a stick of butter. Miss Tom. Veggies. I make stick and freeze for recipes. Get time to leave to pick up my daughter. I think her child. See you, Bearded, Pep says. Any other mods in here? Tori's a mod. I do need to shut down so I can go eat. I haven't fixed anything for lunch. If you like sloppy joes, here's a very easy recipe. 1 pound of hamburger, 1 bottle of ketchup, 1 can of beer. Cook the hamburger, then add in ketchup and a can of beer. Huh. I wouldn't be able to eat all that in 1 or 2 settings, probably. That's a lot. A pound of hamburger is a lot. It'd be worth a try, and then I could put part of it away. Yeah, matter of fact, once it cooled off, I could put it in plastic bags and then bring it out for an individual burger when I wanted it. Oh, Mrs. Tom says, don't see any Pebs. Mrs. Tom, Linda, who knew? Edie, mine's in the freezer. Cook down until thick and tastes like you have added all kinds of stuff. Yummy. Yeah. My mother used to do something like that, and she put in a can of vegetable soup, and she'd drain part of the soup. But she called them veggie burgers or vegetable burgers, but there was hamburger and vegetables. Coriander, can you stay here? My daughter brings me home-cooked meals that her dad cooks. Otherwise, I eat DG frozen hamburgers. You know what I had not too long ago? White Castle sliders. I used to love White Castle burgers. And I know they call them sliders because they're so greasy, I think. But I used to have an apartment up there in Chicago. And a few blocks away was a White Castle. So after I'd have enough beers in me, I'd go up there and I'd buy half a dozen of those sliders and eat them. But the other day, well, I tried the regular White Castle frozen burger slider, and I didn't particularly care for it. But they make one with cheese and jalapenos in it. You know, it don't take long. You just thaw out whatever you want the day before and put it in the refrigerator, let it thaw out. And then at noon, you can cook them up. But I tried the one with the jalapenos and cheese, and it was pretty good. Not as good as when you go in and get the fresh ones, but it wasn't bad. Oh, let's see. Tori said, if I don't get a shower, the neighbor might call a corner. Can you stay here? Oh, Lord. My daughter brings me home. Okay, we got that. Linda, White Castle are my favorites. My cousins make fun of me when I visit Chicago and ask to go there. Ate them as a kid in St. Louis. Linda, up there on 64 on the north side, if you go about, I think it's about 8 blocks east of Wrigley Field, and you look to your north, there should be a hot dog stand there. It's famous. And I don't know if it's there now or not. It's been almost 40 years since I was there. It's a big hot dog in a bun. And I used to get it with chili, like Coney Island style. And they throw your French fries on top of that whole thing. I mean, it's huge. And they're famous for it. But man, is that good. I'm not a real big hot dog fan. But if you get up there, try it and see what you think of it. Lisa's going live. Okay, let's go down, people. I'm gonna go over to Lisa's channel, if you don't mind. 2 Leaves in a Pod. She's gonna be live. Let's go see what she's got to say about what happened today. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by and putting up with me today. Okay, this is all just shooting from the hip. Hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for everybody that came in here and participated. We'll see what we can do on the other channel. Again, thank you so much for being here. Believe me, you guys are such good company. You really fill an empty space for me. I enjoy coming in and interfacing with you. So please come back. With that, I'm going to let you go.